Thanks for tuning into the Ultimate Holistic Health Summit, latest breakthroughs you haven't heard of. Joining me now is Dr. Nathan Bryan. Dr. Bryan earned his undergraduate Bachelor of Science degree in biochemistry from the University of Texas at Austin and his doctoral degree from Louisiana State University School of Medicine in Shreveport, where he was the recipient of the Dean's Award for Excellence in Research. In 2006, after a 2-year postdoctoral fellowship at Boston University School of Medicine, Dr. Bryan was recruited to join the faculty at the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston by Farid Murad, a 1998 Nobel laureate in medicine and physiology. Dr. Bryan has been involved in nitric oxide research for the past 20 years and has made many seminal discoveries in the field. These have resulted in dozens of issued US and international patents, and the product technology resulting from his discoveries and inventions has dramatically improved patient care worldwide. Dr. Bryan, thanks for joining me.
Thank you, Jason. It's great to be with you.
So this is kind of a very nuanced, funny, and tiny little topic, and you have somehow just dove in head first. Nitric oxide, and when I first heard about nitric oxide, there was enos and inos, and so there's actually a variety of different types of nitric oxide, and so we'll get into sort of the beneficial nitric oxide that we're looking for. But maybe before we get into the details, on a high level, what is nitric oxide, and why the heck does anybody care about it?
Yeah. Well, it turns out it's probably one of the most important molecules that's produced in the human body. But it's a gas and it's a signaling molecule at its core. So it tells cells what to do. That's how cells in the body communicate. It's most well known for its effect of telling the blood vessels to dilate and improve blood flow and circulation. So it's what we call a vasodilator. But it's also a neurotransmitter in the central nervous system. It's produced by our immune system to kill off invading pathogens such as viruses and bacteria. And it's what's responsible for the delivery of oxygen to every organ, tissue, and cell in the body. So it's a very simple molecule in nature. It's a gas with a half-life of less than 1 second, but it controls many, many biological activities. So when you lose the ability to make nitric oxide, there are a lot of things that go wrong. You develop high blood pressure, you develop sexual dysfunction, you develop cognitive disorders and Alzheimer's, you develop you become immunocompromised, and you become at risk for, viral infections such as COVID. We've learned over the past 2.5 years that's the patients that are deficient in nitric oxide that are at risk for COVID infection, hospitalization, and death from COVID.
So this is, apparently right now, right? This has never been more sort of relevant, I guess. Take me back to some of the research that you did. What were the discoveries that you played a part in, that your research team kind of uncovered, and really how did that impact the sort of health environment?
Sure. I got started in the nitric oxide field in the late 90s, early 2000s. It was just after a Nobel Prize had been awarded. I was a student at LSU School of Medicine working on a PhD in molecular and cellular physiology. And the guy who won the Nobel Prize, Lou Ignarro, one of the 3 US scientists, came to LSU and gave a lecture. And, I got to pick his brain and try to understand the science the best I could. And so really that was my project was, how do you develop a method that you could detect physiological amounts of a gas that's gone in less than a second? So that was our task. And in a couple of years, we figured this out. And so then we had the tools and the methods that we could detect nitric oxide and nitric oxide metabolites in many different disease processes. So from there, we discovered that, different diseases have different fingerprints of NO biology. But despite that difference in fingerprint, everything pointed to a lack of nitric oxide production. So now we realize that every single age-related chronic disease is associated with a loss of nitric oxide. So that was a very important discovery. And then kind of what we're known for is how do you restore and recapitulate nitric oxide production in the human body? And so over a period of, probably 5 or 6 years, we made a number of discoveries showing that both inorganic nitrate from the diet, inorganic nitrite that you can give as a therapeutic, can recapitulate nitric oxide, restore NO production, and basically overcome every major chronic disease that we've put in front of us.
Mm. So before we get into sort of the exogenous ways or even the lifestyle mechanisms that can boost nitric oxide production or upregulate it, maybe you can talk to me, because when I look at the longevity research, and this is really
Right.
my focus, and what I've noticed, and I'm obviously not the first one, but what you commonly see in physiology and in our human biology is that things work really well at the beginning of our life, and then and then usually there's some tipping point, right? For the thymus gland, it starts to shrink when we're like at adolescence, right? Melatonin production starts to decline kind of in our early 20s. So there's these moments, and for women, it's really obvious with respect to
Right.
menses, and then the onset of menopause, and these sort of really clear delineations of physiology changing. What is it with nitric oxide? Is there a point in our development in our life where we start to see really, really good nitric oxide production, and then it starts to decline?
Well, the scientific literature and the clinical data show us that we lose about 10 to 12% of our what we call endothelial function or nitric oxide production per decade. And this starts, in the late teens, early 20s. So by the time, we're 40 or 50 years old, we're only making about 50% of the nitric oxide we had when we were younger. And this is the time you start to feel the effects of aging. People in their 40s don't perform as well in the boardroom, the bedroom, or the athletic field. It's all due to a lack of nitric oxide production. But there are a number of things that contribute to that. It's diet, it's lifestyle. You can't really blame it on genetics anymore because we can turn genes on and off. So you can't use genetics as an excuse. But when you look at the longevity field, there are three main hypotheses or so-called theories on aging. One is telomeres. Obviously, the shorter the telomere, the shorter the lifespan. There's mitochondrial dysfunction, every age-related disease associated with dysfunctional mitochondria. And then there's loss of stem cell function and repair. So part of our kind of claim to fame is we've discovered this unified theory of aging because it's nitric oxide that controls telomerase enzyme, the enzyme that prevents telomeres from shortening. Nitric oxide controls and regulates mitochondrial biogenesis and mitochondrial function. And nitric oxide is the signal that tells our own stem cells to mobilize and differentiate. So when you lose production of nitric oxide, your telomeres get shorter, you have dysfunctional mitochondria, and your stem cells don't mobilize and differentiate. As a result, you don't repair, you don't recover, and you age rapidly.
I mean, this is critical. Yeah, this is exactly right. And actually just finishing my book on longevity and kind of cover some of the age-related theories out there. And, there's a little bit of cell membrane theory. There's the sort of biological clock theory, right? Which is interesting and actually has some evidence to support that. And like you said, there's all these different theories, and my perspective is there is a unified aspect to this, right? Like the body is working all as one thing. And so in other words, none of them are wrong. They're all right, but it's not an either or, it's a both and type of scenario, right? And so how do we marry those two? And I love that nitric oxide is one of those things that just combines everything and really unifies that together. Talk to me about, because people might have heard of nitric oxide and the benefits of it, and then you actually, if you do enough health research and you're reading enough things, you'll find that nitric oxide is bad, and that certain things will boost nitric oxide, and that's a bad thing. So maybe talk to me about that.
Yeah, well, everything has its own context, right? And the human body doesn't make any mistakes. I mean, it's self-healing, it's self-renewing. We just have to get out of its way.
Right.
So we know that low levels, too little nitric oxide is bad, too much nitric oxide can be bad. So in this low constitutive nitric oxide production that's produced by our neurons and produced in our endothelial cells and the lining of the blood vessel, that controls the second-to-second perfusion, neurotransmission. And so that's cardioprotective, it's healthy, it maintains oxygen delivery and sufficient blood flow to every organ, tissue, and cell in the body. But where nitric oxide got a bad rap, and as you said, it's not bad, it's just how the body works. But when you have an infection or when you have an acute inflammatory response, whether it's injury or whether it's an infection, our body responds with inflammation. So we mobilize our immune system to the site of infection or the site of injury. We create a lot of nitric oxide to kill any infection and to basically induce recovery and repair and build new blood vessels and bring in stem cells and repair that damaged tissue. So the acute effects of that are you generate a lot of nitric oxide over a short amount of time. So if you look in the scientific literature, and unfortunately now in this age of searches, you can find anything you're looking for, whether it's right or wrong. So it's just, you have to be able to interpret the data. So I tell people, and if you look at it's a lot of the pathology scientific literature, that whether it's Crohn's disease, inflammatory bowel disease, lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, you'll see an upregulation of nitric oxide. And then they say, oh, well, nitric oxide is contributing to the pathology. Well, that's a misinterpretation of the data. And the analogy I like to use is, if there's a crime, cops always show up at the crime scene. But just because they're there doesn't mean they caused the crime. They're there to, get things in order and make sure that that nothing else bad happens. That's the role of nitric oxide in inflammation or any injury or any infection. So just because it's there doesn't mean it's contributing to the pathology. It's the police that come in and make sure that nothing else bad happens.
Beautiful. I love that explanation. And I want to get into some of the ways that we can boost nitric oxide, particularly as we get older. Very, very critical. But maybe we can first discuss, the benefits. So, there's actually some supplements, there's foods, there's lifestyle habits that we can do. When people boost nitric oxide, what are some of the results that people see with a variety of either conditions, or maybe they don't even have conditions, they just notice an effect?
Well, I think it's different for everybody. So probably for you and I, which we're still relatively young and healthy, and obviously we're health conscious. So when I take nitric oxide, I don't notice any difference. It's nothing that's palpable that I feel any different because I'm healthy and my body typically makes sufficient nitric oxide. However, if you've got a patient that has erectile dysfunction or they have some mild cognitive disorders, vascular dementia, high blood pressure, transient ischemic attacks, a history of really cardiovascular disease, when they take nitric oxide and it's bioactive, they'll notice a difference immediately.
Mm.
So we've seen with a sonographer, we can do ultrasound of the carotid within 12 seconds of putting our nitric oxide in your mouth. We can see blood vessels dilate. We've got published clinical trials showing that within 20 minutes, you can see a reduction in blood pressure. If you have high blood pressure, for example, my blood pressure runs about 118/68. I take nitric oxide, it doesn't further reduce your blood pressure. So that's a very important safety component about what we do, because you don't want to drop somebody's blood pressure that doesn't need their blood pressure.
Right.
It only works, and it's truly a normalization of blood pressure. The higher the blood pressure, the bigger the drop. If you have normal blood pressure, low blood pressure, there's no further drop.
Yeah, I mean, blood pressure is critically important, right? And so even in certain instances, even though blood pressure is high, there's a reason the body's doing that, right? And so we actually need to correct the function, and the blood pressure is sort of a byproduct that naturally comes down, right? And that's really what NOS is doing.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So, and this is the way Western medicine is. Doctors treat symptoms typically and don't get to the root cause of disease. And even in America today, even all Western societies for that matter, 50% of the people that have high blood pressure that are put on an antihypertensive medication don't respond with better blood pressure. So it's called resistant hypertension. So it tells us that the target of these drugs aren't the reason that these people have high blood pressure. What we've discovered in others is that, oral dysbiosis causes systemic hypertension because we're disrupting the nitric oxide producing bacteria, causing a depletion of nitric oxide systemically and causing an elevation in blood pressure. So no wonder, drugs targeted toward renin-angiotensin system don't work, that drugs targeted toward calcium channel antagonists, blocking calcium channels don't work, because it's the wrong target. That's not the problem. The problem is a lack of nitric oxide production, and you're never going to fix that until you address the underlying problem.
This is beautiful. So you're kind of hinting at it, and this is where I want to take you next. Where and how is nitric oxide made in the body?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And so we've been after this for the past 25 years because you can't fix something if you don't know what the problem is. And so going back to the basics, you have to understand how the human body makes nitric oxide, what goes wrong in individuals that can't make it, and then and only then can you fix it.
Right.
So what we've learned over these 30, 40 years is that there's two ways the body makes nitric oxide. One is through an enzyme called nitric oxide synthase. That enzyme is found in the lining of the blood vessels. It's also expressed in neurons and many other cell types. And so that enzyme converts L-arginine, which is an amino acid, into nitric oxide. It's a very complex, complicated 5-electron oxidation reaction. And that's what declines over age. And so we call this endothelial function. If you have endothelial dysfunction, it means your body that enzyme can't make nitric oxide. So the older we get, the less we make through that enzyme. And the mechanism is very clear. It's an oxidation of tetrahydrobiopterin that leads to NOS uncoupling and no nitric oxide being produced. So we now know how to fix that enzyme, prevent BH4 oxidation, recouple it, and restore endogenous nitric oxide production. The other pathway is through the diet. And so that now offers a really interesting intervention, a means of intervention through diet and lifestyle changes. So green leafy vegetables like spinach, arugula, kale, even beets, who've gained some popularity over the past decade, contain nitrate, inorganic nitrate. So when we consume these vegetables, 90 minutes after they're consumed, our body concentrates that nitrate in our salivary glands. So now for the next 6-8 hours, as we salivate, we're secreting nitrate. They're nitrate reducing bacteria that live in the mouth and the dorsal part of the tongue, and they reduce the nitrate to nitrite and nitric oxide. And then when we swallow your own saliva now for the next 6-8 hours, you get a burst of nitric oxide in the lumen of the stomach, provided there's stomach acid. So this then fuels and repletes nitric oxide production over a period of 12 to 15 hours. And that explains the benefits of a plant-based diet. It explains the benefits and the mechanism of the Japanese diet, the Mediterranean diet, dietary approaches to stop hypertension. All of those nutritional dietary patterns can be explained by the production of nitric oxide through that pathway.
Now, you're mentioning something really critical here, which is the environment in which this is made, right? In other words, we need sort of the microbiome of the mouth to be coherent with, in order to make this, right? And so there's obviously, if we look at sort of terrain theory, which is that the environment is really what governs which organisms are present. Of course, our human organism is there, but we can have our mouth open, we can have our mouth closed. And I know this is a big one when it comes to nitric oxide, particularly at night, that mouth breathers at night, and of course probably during the day too. That's gonna change the environment. That's gonna change the pH, the environment of the mouth, to then change the production of nitric oxide, right? Maybe you can explain a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so really research over the past 20 years is focused on, the microbiome, everybody knows about it. Everyone's focused on the gut microbiome.
Yeah.
And we see the benefits of that through fecal transplants and really mitigating a number of chronic disease, poorly managed chronic diseases. We focused on the oral microbiome, and it's its own different ecology. It's its own world. And so what we see is the more diverse the microbiome in the oral cavity, the better the nitric oxide production, the better the oral health. When you start disturbing that terrain and killing indiscriminately all bacteria, for instance, using antiseptic mouthwash, using fluoride in your toothpaste, or drinking fluorinated water, you're killing that entire terrain and microbiome, and you're disrupting nitric oxide production. So in the US, there are 200 million Americans that wake up every morning and use mouthwash at least once a day, sometimes 2 to 3 times a day. And there are 200 million Americans with an unsafe elevation in blood pressure. So that's no longer a coincidence. We've published on that. I was on the doctor's show last year revealing this. In fact, if you use mouthwash, you lose the protective benefits of exercise. So think about this. You could be doing all the right things. You could be exercising, you could be eating a plant-based diet, lots of vegetables. But if you're using mouthwash, you completely eliminate the benefits of that. So I tell people, if you're using mouthwash, you have to stop. We don't take antibiotics every day of our life because we know the consequences. So why in the hell would you take an antiseptic in the mouth every day to disrupt this critical microbiome that's contributing to the health of the human? So stop using mouthwash, throw fluoride toothpaste out. Fluoride is an antiseptic, it's a neurotoxin, and it kills your thyroid function. So those two things alone, you allow the oral microbiome to repopulate, to replenish, and you'll start to make nitric oxide. Then the other problem is antacids. We have 200 million prescriptions every year written for antacids. That's not even counting the number that are purchased over the counter. You can now get these drugs, Prilosec OTC, Prevacid, all these. These are toxic, damaging, they're causing death. People who have been on antacid for 3 to 5 years have a 35 to 40% higher incidence of heart attack and stroke.
Wow.
Because it's inhibiting nitric oxide production.
This is
so if you do those three, if you do those 3 things, stop mouthwash, get rid of fluoride, and stop taking antacids, your body can actually do what it's designed to do. You have to get out of its way.
This is a really interesting link, right? Cardiovascular disease, heart disease, this is still the #1 killer, I believe, in the United States. And worldwide. In the Western world, it's a huge problem, right? And so, again, we're looking downstream too far, oftentimes, with these conditions, right? And we're trying to figure out what's wrong with the heart, what's wrong with the valves, what's wrong with the arteries, and you're going all the way back to what's going on in the mouth and what are we doing? What are we putting in our mouth, right? This is game changing, right? So the oral microbiome is critical, not only for heart disease and cardiovascular issues, right? But this nitric oxide is a signaling molecule that goes way beyond that, right?
That's right.
And then plus we've got, of course, our dental aspect, right? So the teeth and everything that the teeth are connected to, right? If we look into sort of Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, right? They've mapped that whole system out, right? That's connecting into the nervous system, into the various energetic channels throughout the body. So keeping our mouth healthy is unbelievably critical. And so I think while these measures that you're describing may sound a little bit insignificant to many, when you start to make these connections and you start to recognize what's really going on there, it starts to paint an entirely different picture.
That's right. This oral systemic link has been known for decades, probably since the 50s and 60s, meaning that people with periodontal disease, gingivitis, tooth decay have a higher incidence of heart attack and stroke and all-cause mortality, cardiovascular disease. So people thought it was, well, because it's the infectious bacteria, they're translocating, getting into the bloodstream, and then causing systemic inflammation. That's only part of the problem, because the true mechanism, the true contributor to cardiovascular disease is disruption of nitric oxide production. So then that causes vascular inflammation. It causes platelets to clot. It causes heart attacks and strokes. So until you restore the function of nitric oxide, which you have to get rid of the infective bacteria, you have to maintain a good ecology of the good bacteria in the mouth. And then when you do that, the body heals itself. So these are things that most people overlook. And I think most people do things with good intentions. Well, their dentist told them they should use mouthwash and rinse with fluoride and all this. Their doctor puts them on an antacid because, and people are trusting. But you forget about the consequences of this. There's no drug on the market on this planet that's not without side effects. So we have to get back to the basics. And what we do in drug discovery is called, integrative physiology. So we understand what goes wrong in certain diseases to the extent we can fix it. And so never is there, and most drugs on the market today are inhibitors of specific enzymes. So when you inhibit a natural process in the human body, there are always consequences.
Right.
So what we do is we give the body what it's missing. We just happen to know how to make nitric oxide. We're not inhibiting any enzyme. We're not causing any side effects. We're just basically giving back to the body what it's missing.
I love this, and this is exactly in line with kind of the philosophy that this whole summit is really trying to portray, which is we look at peptides, we look at stem cells, right? For those who can afford that, which is not me yet, but we're basically giving back melatonin, one of these things, right? We're giving back the body what it's not able to produce as well as it was when we were in our teens, right? And so it's and then we get out of the way. Right, like that's the beautiful part, is especially when you give these safe things like peptides, like melatonin, like nitric oxide. It's like you can't overdo these things. There really is no way to overdo these things. The body's going to use what it needs to, and it's just going to discard the rest. And there's no sort of negative consequences. That's a beautiful part. You mentioned before we got on this call that there's a link between Chinese medicine that you figured out and nitric oxide. And I'm not an expert in Chinese medicine. I'm continuously learning this deep wisdom, but I would love to hear what you and your team come up with.
Yeah, this goes back to probably 2007 or 2008. We were publishing probably 10 to 15 papers a year in the scientific journals. And I had a fellow call me. He was trained in traditional Chinese medicine, and he was working as an interventional cardiologist in Florida. And he contacted me, and he had funding from the Chinese government to come. And he goes, I'm interested to see if we can figure out the mechanism of action of traditional Chinese medicine. These herbal tinctures they've used for a number of years, with great efficacy, with great safety, but yet nobody understands the mechanism. So I go, you know what? That's an interesting enough question to me. So he came and spent 3 years in the lab. First week, I sent him to a local acupuncture shop, and I said, bring me back what you would use to treat a patient with high blood pressure, coronary artery disease, heart failure, dyslipidemia, everything for kind of a cardiology patient. And he brought it back. We ground it up with a mortar and pestle. We did some extractions like they do in the Chinese pharmacies. We put it in our nitric oxide analyzer, and we could detect nitric oxide coming off. Not all of them, but in certain combinations. And then we could actually quantify the synergy. So in that, one herb is always used in combination with the other. And it's just history. That's how they've done it. There was no basis for that. Right. What we found was when those two are combined, you can quantify the synergistic effect that's been described for 10,000 years. So 1 plus 1 equals 10 there when you look at the nitric oxide that's being produced. We published this, I think, in 2009. It made Yao Ping very famous in China. He became a department chair at a major medical school over there. We flew to China. I think I gave 8 lectures in 7 days in 7 cities all across China. But it
Wow.
was very, very rewarding because we had basically provided a mechanism for things that they'd been doing for thousands of years. And nitric oxide, we describe this as the chi. The chi is the flow, the energy that animates the human. And in traditional medicine, you lose this energy, this energetic force, and that's nitric oxide. We restore blood flow to every tissue and organ in the body. Cells can communicate with one another. And it fits the exact definition of what chi has been described as for thousands of years.
I love this. And I'm like, my insides are just going crazy because this is exactly the type of stuff that I have just a natural curiosity and interest with. And I hope and pray that this continues to happen as people like you and experts in Ayurveda and Chinese medicine get together and we use what modern technology has been able to do to investigate some of these old theories, some of these old formulations. I mean, recently, right? And only in the last maybe 10, 20, 30 years, maybe we figured out that black pepper and turmeric and ginger go really well together, right? And like they've been using that forever in Ayurveda, right? And so it's like there's wisdom there, and we don't necessarily understand it well in the West, but we can. We have the capacity. We just need some dollars behind these things. And I think the reason I think it's beneficial is for me, I think it's cool to confirm the old ancient traditions. It helps give them a little bit more validity to some of their,
Right.
or let's say, esoteric aspects, some of the wild and crazy things they do, right? If they're right with all this other stuff, then we probably should give them consideration with some of this kind of weird stuff that we think, right? And then, but not only that, when it's such an easy path to learning, right? It's like you can either learn from scratch and just start pulling plants out of the jungle and trying to figure it out, or you can go to the shamans and say, what are you using? Let me take a look and let me figure out, let me reverse engineer this thing. And then with that knowledge, we can actually discover more things, right? Like there's so much to gain. And so I'm curious, as you did that, what did you learn? Not only confirm, but what did your team sort of, what ideas did you come up with, or theories or things to look at next?
Well, it told us a lot. And look, things that work stand the test of time.
Yeah.
So Ayurvedic medicine, Chinese medicine, all these things are still around because they work. Things that don't work in medicine and healthcare basically are disposed of. Nobody picks them up, nobody uses them. So these time-tested measures and strategies work. So what we learned is that it's nature's way of delivering nitric oxide. We just have to allow it to work. And here's the other thing. Pharmaceutical companies in China started manufacturing these drugs once we published this paper. So they sent me home with the finished drug product that had no activity. So when you start taking these plants apart, you lose their activity. So the pill doesn't work. The product in its natural environment does work. So, and I think that's why these have never been developed as so-called pharmaceuticals, because they realized when you start taking the natural product apart, the activity falls.
Doesn't work anymore.
It doesn't work anymore. So what we did is we figured out, okay, how can we utilize this now? What is it about this plant? So then I was involved with a project with Bernie Marcus at Harvard Medical School, and he had with the Marcus Foundation. He had a library of natural products that he had harvested in China, that brought it over, did some extraction. So I started screening this natural product library. We would find hits, things that could actually do what we were designed to do. So then I started taking, extracts and put them together and figure out, okay, how can you combine this with either nitrite or nitrate and create a system for generating nitric oxide? So then we distilled it down to the very basics. And this gets into molecular biology and even some physics and electronics in medicine. But we have to create, a flow of electrons and reduce inorganic nitrite to nitric oxide, and then provide enough redox potential to prevent the oxidation of BH4. So those simple observations, this is how science is supposed to work, right? You make an important observation, and then you work backwards and try to explain that observation.
Right. Most
basic scientists try to take their favorite protein and make it therapeutically relevant. It's like putting a square hole in a round peg, right?
Yep.
Square peg in a round hole. It doesn't work. Find an interesting observation that works, then work backwards and try to optimize it and figure out how exactly you put this together to make it better. And that's what we've done.
I love that. And your team has come out with a product that is honestly, in my sort of health practitioner world, a lot of people are talking about and a lot of people are using because there's not a lot out there like it. So maybe you can just talk to me about that and why it's so effective and really what it's sort of, I guess, designed to do. Who is it designed for, so to speak?
Well, in my 20 plus years in academic medicine, we've made a number of discoveries. I have dozens of issued patents, and we've brought to market a number of safe and effective nitric oxide products. So we look at again, going back to how the body makes nitric oxide, what goes wrong, and then how do we fix it? So number one, we've discovered and published on that the American diet, what we call the standard American diet, the SAD diet, is not getting, just like it's deficient in most other nutrients like selenium and chromium and magnesium and iodine, we're deficient in nitrates. So we don't get enough nitrate from our diet. So we created a standardized nitrate capsule that basically gives you what you need, what your body needs to wake up the nitrate reducing bacteria, and then to give the body the substrate it needs to make nitric oxide. The other thing we did, and probably the most innovative thing we've done, is we've created a nitric oxide generating lozenge. It's the only technology in the world that actually generates nitric oxide gas. So our whole concept was, if your body can't make nitric oxide, then we have to do it for you. So you're so sick, you have endothelial dysfunction, you have oral dysbiosis, nothing we can do to give you, your body's not going to be able to convert it to nitric oxide. So we do it for you. And we did this in the form of an orally disintegrating tablet. When you put the tablet in your mouth, it'll take 5 to 6 minutes to completely dissolve. But as that matrix is falling apart, it's liberating nitric oxide gas. And so we see, improvements in blood flow, improvements in oxygenation, improvement in exercise performance, improvement in cognition, improvement in sexual performance. I mean, everything related to lack of blood flow and circulation, we can overcome by giving a source of nitric oxide.
I love this, and I'm have an athlete side of me and exercise and competing, and so it's beautiful for that, right? Whenever I go exercise or work out, and this is important to say because, as you mentioned earlier, even if I don't notice a difference, right, that doesn't mean
That's
nothing's
right.
happening, right? And so there's a lot of things that we take that we don't necessarily notice, and a lot of things that we do take that we notice aren't very good for us, right?
Yeah.
So there's a totally different thing that it's not about the noticing or not noticing. It's really about understanding what it's used for and applying it in that right circumstance.
Yeah, well, here's what I say. If you're doing nothing and you just take it and you sit around and hope for, a light to go off, it doesn't.
Right.
But an athlete too, if you take this before, so, I typically do the same workout regimen. I'll go and get on a treadmill or a bike for 20 or 30 minutes and warm up, and then I'll do 20 or 30 minutes of resistant exercise. And if I take our nitric oxide before, then that regimen becomes much easier. Perceived exertion is incredible. And your heart rate and your performance and your ability to go longer, stronger, faster is improved. So when you stress yourself and apply yourself, you will notice the difference with it or without it. But ordinarily, if you're just taking it and expecting something to, feel better, it's not a drug in that regard. But you can certainly, if you push yourself, you can see the effects.
And that's just it, right? Like, I mean, look, on a Tuesday, randomly, I'll go work out, and then on a next, let's say Thursday or Friday, I'll work out, and those two workouts can be so there's a lot that goes into the performance, right? So this is one of those things where sometimes, unless you're really paying attention and sort of trying to actually figure out, does this do something for my performance, you may not notice the difference because, again, there's so much variable with regard to my workout sort of output and that kind of thing.
Sure.
What about some of the other sort of conditions, right? You mentioned sort of cardiovascular diseases. What are people noticing with some health challenges when they take this type of supplement?
Well, the top 3 responses we get from our customers are better management of blood pressure, better sexual function, and better sleep. So those are the top 3. And so with that, obviously better energy. But we've now, I've got a drug company, and we're taking this technology into FDA approved drug trials. So now we have a drug in phase 3 clinical trials for COVID. And what we're seeing is that the people that are highest risk for COVID within 72 hours of onset of symptoms, we dose them with our nitric oxide drug, or they get a placebo. These are double-blind placebo-controlled studies. And we can see, and what we're seeing is patients with blood oxygen saturation in the low 80s, high 70s, within 10 minutes of taking our nitric oxide drug, we improved their oxygen saturation to 96 or 98. So in the placebo, we don't see that. And this is a double-blinded, so we can actually tell which patients are on the active and which are not. We also we developed a topical nitric oxide that we first brought to market as a skincare, a beauty product. So just like any other organ, the skin is an organ. And so Just like the heart or the sex organs, if you don't get enough blood flow to those organs, they fail. If you don't get enough blood flow to the skin, it fails. What does a failing skin look like? You lose hydration, you lose collagen, fine lines and wrinkles, you get dermatitis, age spots, acne. So we developed a nitric oxide topical that when applied to your skin, it restores blood flow, you improve collagen deposition, you improve hydration, fine lines and wrinkles go away. It's very effective at acne. We're developing an investigational drug application for diabetic ulcers, non-healing ulcers. We're seeing 3 to 4-year-old wounds, non-healing wounds, we heal in 90 days. It's incredible. It's remarkable. Wound care has never seen anything like this in the history of the world. We're still treating wounds the same way today as we did 50 years ago. There's been zero innovations in wound care in 50 years. And so this will change the landscape of the management of chronic wounds.
Amazing. Now, I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about some of the lifestyle factors, right? And we kind
Yep.
of mentioned sleep and a little bit, right? Like when we sleep with our mouths open, it changes the environment, the oral microbiome shifts, right? And it's less favorable to nitric oxide production. So when we sleep at night, people have been doing some mouth taping. There's some things there that we can look at to help encourage the nose breathing. There's also, facial structures and tongue ties and other things that from a sort of orthodontic perspective that really come into play that prohibit or prevent people from sort of the ability to close their mouth. So there's stuff to look at there too, right? So beyond kind of the nighttime aspect of being able to keep your mouth open or closed when you sleep, what are some other things you mentioned some diet things, but what are some of the lifestyle factors?
Well, I think I'll delve a little bit deeper into the nasal breathing.
Please,
The
yeah.
highest concentration of the NOS enzyme is in the airway epithelium. So when we breathe through our nose, there's mechanoreceptors on these cells that tell these cells to make nitric oxide. So when you do that, you deliver nitric oxide to the pulmonary circulation, you dilate the airways, you improve oxygen, gas exchange, oxygen, CO2 exchange. And that's why deep breathing lowers blood pressure. It's all a nitric oxide dependent pathway. But when you don't do that, there aren't these same mechanoreceptors in the mouth. So by mouth breathing, you bypass the nitric oxide being produced through the nasopharynx. So taping your mouth, nose breathing is critically important. So the other thing, it's quite simple. It's diet and lifestyle. Throw in some more green leafy vegetables. We published on this in 2015. Organically grown vegetables typically have 10 times less nitrate than conventionally grown.
Wow.
So it's very difficult to eat enough organic vegetables to get enough nitrate to manage your blood pressure. And the other thing is moderate physical exercise. We have to move because when we start to exercise, that tells our muscles that we need more oxygen. And you do that through the production of nitric oxide, dilation of the blood vessels. So you have to stimulate and activate this. It's kind of like the old adage, if you use it, lose it, or use it or lose it. If you're sedentary, you get endothelial dysfunction. So moderate physical exercise, a diet and green leafy vegetables, and then sunlight. Certain wavelengths of light will stimulate nitric oxide production. 20 to 30 minutes of sunlight is sufficient. I like an infrared sauna. I sit in an infrared sauna usually every night when I'm home for 20 or 30 minutes at 170 degrees, and you're getting enormous benefit from that. It's helping you detox. It's stimulating mitochondrial efficiency, and it's generating nitric oxide.
I'm curious with that infrared and red light. I take methylene blue in combination with my infrared sauna for mitochondrial function, and I'm curious if there's any nitric oxide component with methylene blue. Have you guys looked at that, or is that something that could be happening there?
It's dose dependent. We've used methylene blue in the lab for probably 20 or 30 years, and we use it as an oxidant to oxidize cytochrome C oxidase.
Right.
So it actually blocks nitric oxide-based signaling, but that's at much higher doses than what we're titrating in to humans. So I think just with anything, there are dose-dependent effects of methylene blue. But you can't overdo it. If you take too much, you're going to inhibit nitric oxide, part of the nitric oxide signaling mechanism. That's through activation of guanylyl cyclase.
Interesting. And I've long known that it's sort of that fourth enzyme, that cytochrome C, that it's helping to sort of absorb. It's a red light sink essentially, right? But this is really fascinating that it can inhibit at the higher level. So that's really, really curious. So Dr. Bryan, this has been fantastic. Thank you so much for enlightening us on what is a very humble molecule and humble enzymes in the body, but
That's so
does so
important.
much, so much. Yeah. So where can people find more of your work and some of the supplements that you've created?
I have an educational website we created years ago, and I do a monthly blog on that. We've got some cool videos that kind of teach you about nitric oxide. It's at drnathансbryan.com. It's Dr. Nathan S is in Scott Bryan.com. That's my Instagram handle. I'm on Twitter at Dr. Nitric. We got a LinkedIn account. So that's kind of our social media platform, if you will. And, I encourage people to, Google or look up PubMed, look at published scientific journals or scientific papers on nitric oxide, and not just do a Google search, because unfortunately Google will find you anything you want, whether it's good or bad, or
Yeah.
whether it's right or wrong. And most
Right.
of the stuff on the internet is incorrect. So you have to have some discrimination and some ability to interpret the data and not just take it for its face value.
Dr. Bryan, thanks so much. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Jason. Take care.
Before we kick off the next interview, please let me know in the comment section below what you think of today's presentations. I'd love to hear what has impacted you most and what some of your biggest takeaways have been. I'll be reading and responding to your comments below, so let's chat. Joining me now is Dr. John Lieurance. He is a naturopathic physician and chiropractic neurologist who has been in private practice in Florida for over 25 years. He is the chief scientific advisor of MitoZen Scientific and heads up Advanced Rejuvenation, a multidisciplinary clinic with a focus on treating chronic diseases, regenerative medicine, functional neurology, functional medicine, and stem cell research. Dr. Lieurance has spent most of his career focused on finding solutions for hearing loss, balance disorders, tinnitus, degenerative neurological disorders such as Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, autoimmune disease, chronic Lyme, SIRS, and mold illness, and has suffered from chronic Lyme and mold illness himself for many years. From his treatments, he has seen the same success and ability to recover and regain a normal life, free from the chronic inflammation and pain associated with those disorders in himself as well as in his patients. Dr. John, thanks for joining me.
Yeah, Jason, thanks for that introduction. Nice to be here.
So let's start there. You've been a clinician for a while, and yet while you were a clinician, you were dealing with all these health conditions yourself. And this is always I think it baffles some people that maybe aren't a practitioner or a doctor or a clinician, how that could be. How can you be particularly a good clinician and yet still suffer from issues? And this is, I suffer from the same thing. I was in practice and still helping a lot of people, and yet had some stuff going on that I couldn't figure out. So tell me that story, and how did you kind of wind your way out of that experience?
Yeah. So it's actually an interesting story. But before we go there, I find that a lot of people get into medicine and they're kind of involved with something that they're working on personally. Like, a lot of psychologists are kind of working on some psychological stuff. And
Totally.
So, with myself, I didn't really have like this profound thing that happened to me where I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to go into the healing arts. I wanted to go into business, to be an entrepreneur. And I looked at chiropractic and naturopathy, and I had some friends that were doing it, and it just looked like an awesome career. They were doing well. And it wasn't until I kind of got into the thick of it that I just started to realize that this was really my calling. And I'd practiced for several years, and got to the point where, I had one of those practices that a lot of people would really like to have, where I was really specializing in a lot of difficult neurological conditions. And we had our own lab in the clinic. And so we were testing a lot of saliva and urine, and we were doing basal thermometer. I mean, we were just doing all these kind of non-blood related, labs, but we were doing these big panels, and we're treating people with naturopathic medicine. And I had probably the biggest holistic practice on the west coast of Florida, in a 10,000 square foot building. And I just had a lot of people working for me. And 08 hit, right? And 08, I had a lot of real estate. I was overextended, but I happened to also be working at a satellite location that I was actually building out myself. I was in such incredible shape. I mean, I was doing weight lifting and I was like almost 200 pounds. I'm about 5'11", and, completely no body fat. And I just felt like I could do anything. And so I would work all day, and then I would go and spend the evenings hanging drywall and, putting in AC duct work. But this was a fish house that I bought, and it was super moldy. And I had no idea or experience with biotoxin illness and mold. But now thinking back, that was it. That was the thing that really pushed me over the top. And I started to just have just massive amounts of pain in my clavicle, and it was affecting my shoulder. And it was like this, my sternoclavicular joint. And what it was Lyme. The Borrelia had bored into that joint. And, it was just one of the most painful things that I had. And it went on for years, Jason. Mm-hmm. And I would go into doctor to doctor trying to figure out. And, I had a rheumatoid doctor suggest that this was ankylosing spondylitis. And I got so many different diagnoses. I was going to all, holistic doctors to allopathic doctors, and it was just a lot of different variations, and nothing gave me relief.
Yeah.
And so I finally, after suffering for this for over 10 years, I tested myself for Lyme, and it came back positive. And that's when I started my journey with treating Lyme with a variety of things. I even went to Germany, and I spent, a couple of months in Germany getting treatment, and that didn't really help at all. But, I did learn bits and pieces from that journey, and I started to pull some of these things into my own clinic. And we were already doing medical procedures because, we've been we've been like alternative, where we had multiple practitioners. And so we've been doing IVs and different types of medical procedures, but mostly like prolotherapy.
Yeah.
And, we were one of the first clinics to start doing PRP and bone marrow and stem cells, and very early on adopters of that. So bringing in some of these medical procedures into practice was very easy for me. But then I started to play around with using them in different unique ways, and I was able to heal myself. And that's it's that pain to purpose, right? So you have a problem, you figure out how to solve that solution. And so through that process, Jason, I really figured out the core of all diseases.
Which is?
It's the body is a self-healing, self-regulating device, and there's the wisdom, right? So there's divine intelligence that runs through every cell in our body. And so what happens is that we run out of battery power. And when the batteries run low, then the expression of disease, dyshyphonees, lack of ease in the body, shows up uniquely for various individuals. So some people might have an autoimmune condition. Other people, their immune system might run down and they get chronic infection like Lyme. Other people might have ulcerative colitis, but all of these diseases share one thing in common, which is that it's a stressor that exceeds the adaptation capacity of the body, and that switches the way we make energy from what's happening in the mitochondria, which is the powerhouse of the cell, where we take water and turn it into, we take oxygen and turn it into water. And that makes something called ATP, and it drives all of the different things that happen in our body. Without it, we wouldn't even live a second. And so it switches from that to a very primitive form of energy called aerobic glycolysis. They also call it the Warburg effect. And this is how cancer happens. So it's 10% as effective. So really an easy way to think about it is that your mitochondria, your batteries in your cell, really don't like inflammation. And in fact, so much so that they just completely shut down. And so there's a threshold of inflammation that they can handle, and all stresses create inflammation. And so when the inflammation gets to a certain threshold, the cell makes that switch, And so if it's a situation with an immune cell, the immune cell, all of a sudden it's fighting a battle with 100% of its energy. And now all of a sudden it has 10%. This is what happens with COVID. This is what happens with any infection that leads to death, and this is how most people in their older years pass, is they get an infection and, it overwhelms them because of the inflammatory, they call it the cytokine storm, right? But this happens from a lot of different reasons. And so this is the common thread for all diseases. And so, I feel like as a physician, my job is to figure out what stressors are causing inflammation and start to remove those stressors from my patients and support their mitochondrial function and let the body do all the rest, right? Let the body heal itself, because I'm not that smart. Like, I can't go in there and like rewire things the way that the divine intelligence that created the body can do. So this is what we do in holistic medicine. We remove the interference to that expression of health and vitality.
I love that summary, and you teed up this conversation that I want to have perfectly, which is centered around melatonin, high dose melatonin. And before we get into that, because I'm in the longevity space. This is I'm writing a book on longevity. This idea of regenerative medicine is so exciting going forward, right? And this is, and I think core to that, to your point, that health is really an expression of coherence. It's the natural intelligence, the communication that's already there. But there's some vitality, right, that we have. I mean, I've got a 2-year-old, and when he cuts himself or bruises himself, he heals so fast, right? And we get into stem cells, and we understand why that is. And then peptides, we're producing all of this sort of vital function when we're young. And yet when we're older, we lose some of this. And this is where regenerative medicine can really come in and help assist, right? And so as we remove these interference fields and we get back into this state of coherence, we also have this sort of vitality that can come in and help us sort of regenerate, right? And so mitochondria, microbiota, right? These are the two sort of non-human components of ourselves, if you want to think of them that way. In other words, they contain genomic structures that are not human, that are fundamental to how we operate. In other words, they interact with our DNA. So we have these 3 major genetic components all in communication, somehow coordinating coherence, life, vitality for all organisms involved that we call human, right? And so you mentioned immunosenescence, this idea of the immune system sort of slowly dying out. And that really is one of the greatest predictors of a life expectancy. When we start to see the immune system go, life goes short after, right? And so melatonin is an interesting thing. And I know are you still writing the book? So let's get into that a little bit, because I know you've been writing a book for a while. It's sort of an ongoing developmental book that it is for sale. Are you still writing chapters for that right now?
Yeah. So melatonin miracle molecule, you can see it right here. It hit #1 on Amazon a couple weeks ago. So I finished it probably about 6 months ago, and we published it shortly after, and it went live on Amazon probably just a month ago.
Nice.
And it's doing really well. I'm getting a lot of great feedback because there's other melatonin books that you can get. A good friend of mine, Russell Ryder, who we were talking about a little bit before we started recording, we can kind of talk more about him. Amazing man. He wrote a fabulous book on melatonin, highly referenced. And so there's been some good books. They're like kind of, they're really medical. And like for people like you and I, we love it. Like, I mean, I geek out on that big time, right? But I wanted to put together a book that was kind of fun in the sense that there was the references, and we went through a number of different diseases. And we talked about skin and a bunch of skin diseases. We went into liver, we went into cancer, we went into autoimmune diseases. We went into cardiovascular. We went into neurologic. We went into gut. That's really, that's an amazing chapter. Gut. We talked about autism in kids. We talked about, we get into sleep, of course, but most of the book really is not focused on sleep. In fact, I say beyond sleep, because we're really trying to educate the public. I mean, I really feel like this has been a big directive for me in my life, to share the story of melatonin, and how amazing this molecule is and how important it is, and how supplementing with melatonin is critical for us to deal with the current stresses that we face in modern society.
I totally agree, and this is the interesting conversation that I continue to have with the clients that I work with, some friends and family that I recommend high dose melatonin to, because it's immediately triggered that we're trying to resolve some sleep issue, and what I find, and I'm curious what you find as well, is that oftentimes it actually doesn't affect sleep. For me, it doesn't affect my sleep architecture, and I've measured it with my Oura ring. My sleep has been good; it remains good. It really doesn't affect me one way or the other. For some people, it will, and then all of a sudden their sleep will normalize. So it's very interesting how this impacts sleep. And again, I think I want to really frame this for people that when we can use something like high dose melatonin, this is probably the biggest clinical gem that I've ever received. A number of years ago was to the use of high dose melatonin, how profound it can be for chronic inflammatory conditions, for which we can probably name every disease that's out there, right? Has an element of inflammation of mitochondrial component to it. And so this melatonin we're talking about is not necessarily pineal melatonin. It's not circulating melatonin as we would normally think of it when we run something like a Dutch test and we measure our melatonin rhythm. This is something a little bit different, right? So maybe talk to me about why we would consider melatonin something so beneficial for inflammation and for all these myriad of diseases that you've been covering in your book.
Yeah. Well, I would like to just kind of speak to the whole sleep thing in melatonin, because I have a supplement company called MitoZen, and we make suppositories, melatonin suppositories. And we also make melatonin in a liposomal. We've got the Sandman and the Super Sandman. And so we have 200 to 425 milligrams in those products, which is way higher than what would be typically prescribed. And so when people come to me and they're looking for like specific answers for sleep, it's always, it's always good to make sure people understand that, melatonin really, I tell you what it does do well is for sleep latency. So people will go to sleep, like it'll make you sleepy, but it won't keep you asleep. And the other thing that I found really is a big change, and you can see this on the Oura ring, is heart rate variability, because melatonin is, so cortisol is what gets you up in the morning, right? And this is the sympathetic nervous system's main kind of, stimulator is cortisol. And that's released by the adrenal glands. Whereas the pineal secreting melatonin is the primary supporter for the parasympathetic nervous system, or the resting and digesting component. And most of society has a lack of support to that parasympathetic nervous system. And this is the zone where we really heal, so we get stuff done with the sympathetics, but then we need to like kind of recalibrate and regenerate and restore our body. And that's what happens at night when we sleep. And it's very, very important that we have this calming effect to the body so it can repair itself. And it's like, it's a rhythm, you have your sleep wake cycle. It's very important. When individuals start to suffer depletion of the support to that part of the nervous system, the parasympathetic nervous system, the heart doesn't get that input. It only gets the sympathetic input. And so there's less variations to the beat. Whereas when both of them are kind of kicking in, it creates some variation. So the beat might still be, 50 or 60 beats a minute, but there's the interval between the beats, there's like these like very, very subtle variations, and that's actually really healthy. So you want a high heart rate variability. And as you get older, the heart rate variability starts to drop very drastically. So when you look at a graph and you look at melatonin and you see how melatonin goes, it's really high as a baby and when you're young. And then, you know, right around 35, 40 years old, it really goes down in like 60s, 80s. I mean, it's like you got next to nothing.
Right.
And so it's the same graph with heart rate variability. So there's this knowledge of how heart rate variability is such a predictor for disease and aging. And I would offer that it's really a very direct correlation with melatonin.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that at all. And just to kind of give people a sense for what I've seen in my practice by using high dose melatonin, particularly your products, by the way, I was having to make my own until I found yours, and yours are so much better. So they've just been a clinical gem. I've seen people, typically skin, unbelievable results with skin, whether it's skin issues like inflammation, dermatitis, psoriasis, or if it's just general skin glow. People just say, "Oh, my skin's softer, my skin looks healthier."
Oh yeah,
It feels like
it's
dry stuff.
Well, we have Jason. We have a skin cream we're about to launch called Mito Skin.
Nice.
And you know, I mean, I know this is like a video, but I'm 52, right? And I mean, I didn't look like this a year ago,
Right.
you know, but I've been using this melatonin cream, you know, on my face and on my neck and on my hands and arms. And I grew up in Hawaii, and then I moved to Florida. I've been in Florida for 30 years, but I mean, growing up in Hawaii, we would go out sailing all day. I mean, it like my nose was just a scab, and I had a scab across my cheeks, and like, you know, I mean, the upper lip, the lower lip. Yep. And so there would be, you know, you'd think there'd be a lot of damage to my skin from all the sun that I've had. But I found also I can go in the sun almost all day long and I just tan, I brown, and I maintain a tan for long periods of time. Where before taking the melatonin, that wasn't the case. And I've seen that with a lot of my patients too. And that's an outward expression of a stressor creating inflammation, right? Sunburn, that the melatonin is buffering, right? Systemically. So if you really want to see some drastic potential changes to your skin, melatonin might be something to think about both internally, but also externally.
Yeah,
as a cream.
I actually have a melatonin skin product as well that I've been using, but you guys formulate things so amazingly, so I can't wait to try yours. So,
well, we added in resveratrol, this antioxidant called apocynin, and GHK copper peptide,
nice, yep,
and methylene blue.
Yeah, perfect. So I actually have a GHK copper peptide that I formulated myself. I got the peptides and make my own cream. So this is great. Sweet. You're saving me a lot of steps.
Do you know who Ben Greenfield is?
Oh, yeah, right? I know Ben. Yeah.
Okay, so I was with him this weekend.
Yeah.
And I gave Jessa the bottle, right? So I brought like some Mito Skin because we were at this event together. We were working on an event together. It's called Runga, and it was in Austin, and it was fantastic. And so I gave it to Jessa, and I'm thinking, hey, okay, this is. You know, I get Ben excited about it. It's going to be a win-win, right? So I give it to Jessa, and I said, Jessa, you know, I really want you to commit to using this for like, you know, a couple of months, because I really think you're going to really love this. And so she's all into it, and and we're all eating, right? So I go to the other table. I'm like, hey, Ben, you know, I just want you to know I'm giving this to Jessa, and I'm really excited about it. And he opens it up, and he's like, oh my God, this stuff smells so good, and he starts smiling all over his face. Right. And then, so I had another bottle shipped out, and I gave it to him. And then he went to a friend's smoothie shop. You know, Khalil?
I don't
Rafati?
No.
Yeah. Okay. So he's got Sun Life Organics, and that bottle was actually going to be for Khalil, actually. But so he goes, and I'm not there, and he's at Sun Life, and he's like lathering on, bragging about this skin cream. And so we're hoping to launch it, and we'll have to do a discount for the people watching this summit, because
I'll definitely carry that, because I'm sure it's got a nice little blue tint to it since it's using the peptides. Yeah.
Oh, it's like I took these terpenes and a little bit of frankincense, and I just people want to eat it. Like, it's got like a vanilla coconut, like terpene. It's just really, it's just very surprisingly, amazingly, the way it smells.
Beautiful. Yeah, we talk about peptides on this summit as well as one of those things that can be used topically, and
Mm-hmm.
few we can ingest now. There's a couple of them we can take orally, but mostly right now it's injection. But unbelievable tool as well, and so I'm excited to try that product. And so, but anyway, just even with melatonin, the skin health is unbelievable, and a few of the other things, by the way, that I've noticed. I had just general some joint pain that from years of playing baseball in college, and that improved. So
Mm.
without some of these, deeper, I know you get into a lot of amazing advanced practices with your clinic on how to improve some joint health, but this melatonin, reduced
Jason, what position did you play?
I was a shortstop and a pitcher, so I pitched.
Well, oh,
throughout my arm.
you were a badass. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
didn't make it. I didn't make it into high school. I played before that, and I loved it so much. And I got out of it for a year, and you just can't. It's hard to get back into it. You got to kind of stay with it, right?
that's true. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
for you to carry that through college, my gosh, you must have been amazing.
Well, I was pretty good, but ultimately my body couldn't hold up, right? And so,
Mm.
and part of it is, I think, what I want to dig into further, which is this idea that we kind of lose we lose the reductive capacity. In other words, there's too much oxidation happening, right? Too much
Hmm.
inflammation going on, and to your point earlier, right? We have a stressor, and if the body can respond to it and adapt and regenerate and recover, then we're okay, right? But when it can't, and we have this stressor that compounds to a point that the body can't keep up, then we're going to go downhill, right? And that's really, I think, what happened to me clearly. But what I found fascinating is that after all these years, that slight pain when I work out or when I do certain things was lessened dramatically by melatonin. Another thing that I noticed was if I look at the Bristol stool chart, right? There's a sort of a perfect stool, right, which is kind of the consistency of a banana. It's a long shape and it kind of curls up on the bowl and flushes down without any streaks, right? Like that's your perfect poo. And this has been happening consistently with melatonin, and I didn't really have tremendous issues with bowel movements or anything. I just noticed
Yeah.
they started becoming perfect, and which was like something I never really noticed on a consistent basis. So really, really interesting things started happening when I take high dose melatonin, and with others
Well,
that I prescribe it to. It's unbelievable.
well, the gut, your microbiome is on a rhythm just like we are. It's a circadian rhythm. And so when we're awake, the microbiome is kind of doing its thing. And when we sleep, the lining of our gut actually secretes melatonin, which is 400 times higher than what's secreted in the pineal. And what that melatonin does in the gut is really magical. Like one of the things that happens is it triggers all of those bacteria to do something called swarming, which basically you could use that word and say they're regenerating themselves. They're basically proliferating, right? So instead of going to the store and spending all this money on probiotics that most of which don't work and questionable whether it's even, culturing into the gut, you could take melatonin and just get the existing microbiome to just proliferate and grow. What's really fascinating, Jason, is that the microbiome, the bad bacteria, actually are suppressed with melatonin.
Right.
So you have this kind of like amazing effect where you have an increase of the good bacteria, a suppression of the bad bacteria, and then you have this strengthening of the mucosa of the gut, because the mucosa is like, because you've got the external world and the internal world, like the gut is that barrier where outside and inside are meeting, right? And so we're absorbing and extracting nutrients from these foods and these plants. And so there's a lot of energy that is exchanged there. So it's very oxidative. So it's an area that is really critical for stressful situations to be buffered. And that's what melatonin does there.
Yeah, and I actually was reading one paper that looked at a bacteria known as Akkermansia mucinophilia, right, which is a probiotic that is really important for the mucin lining of the gut, which is the gut barrier immune system, right? So when we start to increase Akkermansia through something like melatonin, I mean, this is again, to your point, like people pay a lot of money for probiotics to do that same thing, and a little bit of melatonin will do that by itself. So people might be thinking at this point, 200 milligrams, 300, 400 milligrams sounds like an insane amount of melatonin, right? Maybe they've been recommended 1 milligram or 3 milligrams by an integrative doc or somebody that they know, and not more than that. In fact, this is one of the most interesting things about, I would say, our profession, which is kind of the integrative functional community, is that even in this community, there's still not a lot of practitioners and doctors that are, I think, truly aware of the research on melatonin. And if you start digging into the research on melatonin, it's hard to find any negative things said. Like I think melatonin's got a PR problem because it's like, it's unbelievable in the research, and yet people are afraid of it somehow. And I think it's because it's a hormone, people are afraid of it.
Well, I mean, no, there's some negative stuff out there. And in fact, like if WebMD, I would assume people reading that would be dissuaded from using melatonin because it gives you a list of side effects, and some of them don't sound very nice, like headaches, depression, fatigue, vertigo, blah, blah, blah. But what they don't tell you about, so they extrapolated that information from a study, but those side effects were the exact same in the placebo arm, meaning the people taking the melatonin and the people not taking the melatonin had the exact side effects. It was just side effects that were normal in society. And so they're giving you those, but it's not really an accurate representation of the truth.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, when I actually dig into the actual research, every time they're using high dose melatonin, there's no negative side effects reported. I mean, and at least not that I found. In fact, they're using it for things like birth control, right? Which coupled with progestin, right? Which look, birth control pills cause a ton of side effects in women. And in Europe, when they're using 75 milligrams plus progestin over the course of long periods of time, no negative effects reported. Almost all the women feel better, and it's effective, right? So, and again, that's with progestin. So it's not a birth control by itself. My point is that is there something to be afraid of when we're looking at these high doses? Is there something to be concerned of?
Well, no. And the two things that you would concern yourself with any substance would be toxicity.
Right.
So they've done studies to test the toxicity. And besides the fact that just almost every single study that you read, the researcher will usually say, well, we don't see any side effects. So we would encourage further investigation and study into this for whatever indication they're looking at. Besides that, they did a study on toxicity, and they stopped the study, and they got to as high as what would be like 150,000 milligrams to like, someone that's like 70 kilograms, an adult, a normal adult. And so they stopped the study. So there's no toxic level to it. Secondly, hormones can have a negative feedback loop, right? So the concern would be, I take this hormone and my body says, oh, okay, you got enough of that. I don't need to produce anymore. And so you can literally shut down, the glands can literally like wither away. And if like your testicles, if you're taking a lot of testosterone, like dissolve, right? It's like
because the body just
go
says
off of the testosterone and you don't have any at all. And you're dependent on this. With melatonin, it's just so divine that there was no system installed like that. There's no negative feedback loop. And so I've got patients taking as much as high as 1 gram of melatonin a day. And any of these patients can stop taking it at any time. And it's not like they fall off a cliff. They like you said, they're still going to sleep well. And and they'll produce just as much melatonin as they would otherwise.
Yeah, that's what's really wild, right? And I actually looked at one research paper that was, I think they used 6.6 grams per day for an extended period of time. No negative effects, right? So I think we need to sort of reframe our entire thinking about what's possible with melatonin, what's good and bad. And actually, one of my favorite researchers years ago that I came across was Dr. Walter Pierpoli. Right, and he looked at melatonin. He did a lot of great work on that. But even he recommends smaller doses to sort of mimic physiological responses in the body. And I think there's an element missing to his research and his thinking, which has to do with sort of the mitochondrial aspect of melatonin. And this is something that we know now. I think it's been confirmed, or at least it's been failed to be unconfirmed, or it has failed to be disproven, which is that mitochondria produce melatonin at this point. And so if we've got mitochondria in every cell of our body except for our red blood cells, that means every cell is producing melatonin and sort of quenching melatonin, pulling melatonin in and utilizing it, right? So seems to be a molecule that is inherent to mitochondria, very, very important. And if we look back at sort of evolutionary biology, and we can assess that mitochondria came from cyanobacteria long ago when it was sort of enveloped inside a eukaryotic cell, then melatonin is an ancient hormone that has been produced by bacteria, which is probably why it spans plants and multicellular life across this planet.
Mm-hmm. It's really amazing how melatonin can have such profound impacts on our health and vitality and longevity. And if you change that molecule even a tiny bit, it doesn't work. Pharmaceutical companies have been working on that for many, many years, because you can't patent a natural hormone. It has to be some version that they have a patent on. And if melatonin was patentable, it would be like the most miraculous wonder drug. It would be all over the news. One of the biggest mistakes that ever happened, really, with our healthcare model, is that George Bush Jr. signed something saying that pharmaceutical companies can advertise directly to the patients. And so what that's created is it's created a situation where the pharmaceutical companies now own our media, which means that we're going to be fed exactly what they want to spoon feed us. So we're, misled and misfed. That's what one of my friends say. So you're not hearing the full truth. And like things like melatonin, or, another molecule I'm super, super excited about. And I wrote an ebook, which I'm going to expand on, and it's going to be another book I'm going to release soon, is methylene blue. And that's why we released a product called Lumitol Blue. And methylene blue is a molecule that I'm equally as excited about, that works on the mitochondria, whereas they've never seen any substance work on all four of the protein compounds, and it acts as both a pro-oxidant and an antioxidant at the same time, and an electron donor. So I think the 1-2 punch. And you had mentioned NAD as well. Like we use a lot of NAD. It's a rate limiting substance. But between those three substances, getting your NAD levels up, looking at melatonin, and I supplementing with melatonin, I think a liposomal can be good. However, suppositories is going to be a slower release throughout the evening, which is going to mimic more the natural pattern that you would normally excrete melatonin. So you'll stay asleep better. It's less likely you're going to wake up in the middle of the night. So, have you worked with the suppository yourself, or the liposomal?
Yeah, no, I almost exclusively use suppository.
Okay.
I've used liposomals. I'll use a little bit of it too. I have a different brand that I've had for a while.
Okay.
But the suppository is it's easiest to be honest. If I'm going to take 100 or 400 milligrams, I'll just take one suppository and call it good and go to bed. It's way easier that way.
Well, what I like is I'll do both. And actually, Ben Greenfield was like, we had this conversation while we were kind of hanging out in the pool doing cannonballs, and we both like to do both, because when you do the liposomal, within 15-20 minutes, it's like you can feel that grogginess coming on, and you get that just deep, like just knocked out, right? But if you just do the liposomal, you're not really going to have that deep sleep all night, at least, like with regards to like traveling and like resetting, your clock. But if you do the suppository, you're going to have that middle and later part of that sleep where it's like really still peaking, because suppositories release slowly right directly into the bloodstream. Oral melatonin is only 1.5% absorbed. Like, so any pills that you might get, it's almost like homeopathic, you know, where people are taking 2-3 milligrams and you're getting 1.5% absorption. And I'm not saying that that doesn't do anything, because sometimes people take that and it's very strong for them, but homeopathy works. You know, homeopathy is a very strong medicine.
Yep.
But you're not quite getting that cellular protection with that. Now, a liposome is different because it's encapsulated with the similar material that your cell membranes would be. So it absorbs and it's carried in that sphere. It's like encapsulated in a liposome. It's like a fatty lipid layer, and it's able to go into the bloodstream, and then it's dissolved and it's released in the blood. So it's kind of got some protection there. But you want to look at that. Now, really interesting with regards to methylene blue, for those people kind of enticed with our conversation, the sublingual that most people are doing doesn't work very well. It's not a very high dose, and it doesn't absorb well through the mucosa, right? So methylene blue likes to be mixed with stomach acid, unlike, you know, a lot of things. Like, you start looking at NAD, you start looking at glutathione, you start looking at melatonin, you start looking at a lot of different polyphenols and plants. Like, very little gets into the bloodstream. The liver breaks it down, and so suppositories make a lot of sense. With methylene blue, we still like suppositories. However, you don't need to take it as a suppository. That's why we offer a 60 milligram suppository, which would be an average dose that we would recommend, you know, most people take. And we also make a 300 milligram suppository, which is really a suspension in palm oil. And it's cut into quarters generally, because 75 milligrams is it's a common prescription that we've seen a lot of studies done with. And it seems to work really well for most patients, but the dosage can be different for everybody. So you really need to play around with the dosage to figure out like what really dials you in. But the effects of methylene blue would be uplifted mood. I mean, they've done giant human trials on depression, but the mood uplifting and the mental clarity, the stamina, you know, with methylene blue is quite profound. So you take this. Oh, and the other thing, when you do it sublingual, your mouth turns blue and you look weird, right? You know, and I think like a dark teeth, it doesn't look healthy. It looks weird. So a lot of people running around these biohacking things, and they've got blue mouths and they're all, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like it just doesn't, that never really appealed to me. But with the suspension in palm oil, you take it like a little nugget, like a little tablet, throw it in the back of your throat, drink it down, and then your pee is like super blue for like a day or two. So you know you got that in your system. So when we were at Runga, I was demonstrating this with Ben Greenfield and a lot of the other people that were out there, Cal Callahan, Josh Trent, Luke Story. I mean, it was really quite a crew. It was like the stars aligned for like some of the most amazing people to show up. And so everybody's like, you know, my pee is blue, but like I was having people come up to me like, oh my God, like I can't believe how my because, you know, they're doing a lot of fitness stuff with kettlebells and stuff, and Ben's doing all these exercise things with people. Like, I can't believe how much stronger I was in my workout, and how good I feel. So it was really neat to be in the middle of that and actually see firsthand, you know, because I hear it and I get emails, but like to actually see it firsthand, it was really, really exciting.
Yeah, methylene blue is amazing. In fact, I mean, I think one way I use it is in my infrared sauna. So I'll take a ton of it in my water and just drink that in the sauna. And so because it is a red light acceptor, essentially, helps the mitochondria pull in more red light. I found it to be an easy way to do that. But methylene blue is I mean, goes back a long ways. In fact, it was I think it was a predecessor to hydroxychloroquine. It's antiviral, right? Like they used to give it to the military guys way back in the day, right? I mean, this is, and it's an amazing tool. It's easy, right? Like it's unbelievable for cellular respiration and mitochondrial function.
You know, it's almost too much to get into here. Like, I mean, I think we gave people a really healthy dose of melatonin, but like I would be willing to do a free ebook giveaway to anybody watching this. So what we'll do is we'll put a link and it'll just be an automatic download if people want to take a deeper dive into the methylene blue. And then, you know, Melatonin Miracle Molecule, it's on Amazon. You know, I actually okayed Amazon to do like a massive markdown. I don't really make a lot when the books are sold. So for me, it's really, it's a calling that I have. Like, I'm really looking to share this message, which it sounds like you are as well. One of the things I wanted to point out though, like early on, I think we got a little bit sidetracked, is what I tried to do in the book, what I think I did successfully, was in each chapter, besides presenting the melatonin, like for instance, with the liver chapter, like I gave a lot of naturopathic, you know, advice on like doing liver cleanses and like what type of lab work I would do. And like, you know, just insight, like with the neurologic, we get into fasting and autophagy and using senolytics and just all these different strategies that I've used clinically for a lot of different conditions. So I think that really sets the book apart and makes it something that's a lot more usable for the layman and even for physicians, because I think a lot of holistic practitioners, you know, when they start seeing like how they can like mix this, and like with methylene blue, we talk in the ebook a lot about how to use red light and laser and go out in the sun and how to really maximize using these substances.
Yeah, I totally agree, and that's one of the things. I mean, I give a lot of talks actually on melatonin now, and every time practitioners kind of they feel like, where's this information been, right? So I agree that aspect of your book is critical, and because it can be used for so many conditions, right? I mean, the research is on MS, ALS, all the neurological conditions. I mean, it'll pull women out of menopause. So if they're in perimenopause, or if they go to menopause early, we can actually pull them back out and get them into reproductive years again. I mean, it's an amazing molecule, and I think part of that has to do with its influence on luteinizing hormone and follicle stimulating hormone. So there's some interesting things happening there, but primarily lowering that inflammatory load just does amazing things. And so if you can influence, or if you can educate people on how to use this clinically for a variety of conditions, that's really where the rubber meets the road, and that's really how it can be effective.
Yeah. Well, you know, I might offer just a little bit of a shift in that with regards to melatonin. You know, I think there's some indirect pathways that will reduce inflammation. However, I see it more of, you know, you still have the same amount of inflammation because the stressors, you take melatonin, you still have the stressors, right? But like an indirect would be if you're sleeping better, you might be regenerating some of your tissues a little bit more, or you got a better microbiome. And so there's some indirect things, but it's really that inflammation, when it hits the cell, there's a threshold that is raised. So it's like the metabolic ceiling is raised. So we can tolerate more stress, more inflammation before we shift into that aerobic glycolysis. Totally. So it's the ultimate stress resilience molecule.
Yeah, it buffers all of the oxidation that's going on, right? Yeah. Well, Dr. John, this has been fantastic. Thank you so much for coming on. Let people know where they can find more of your work.
Yeah, for sure. Well, our clinic's in Sarasota, Florida, and we're at advancedrejuvenation.us. My Instagram is Dr. spelled out, Dr. Mitozen. And we have an educational channel, ultimatecellularreset.com. And Jason, I would like to say I've been interviewed by a lot of people, and you have been by far the most educated on melatonin. You've asked some terrific questions, and I would say anybody that's following you and listening to this summit, you are someone that people need to listen to. And so thank you for bringing me on here, and it's been an honor.
It means a lot. Thanks you so much for doing that, and all the work that you've been putting out on melatonin. it's really a game changer. So I hope people will tune into this idea that melatonin is something so different than what they've been taught. So again, thanks so much, and we'll chat soon.
All right. Beautiful.
Before we dive into the next interview, if you haven't already, please do us a favor and share this event with your friends and family and on social media so that these revolutionary techniques and healing modalities can reach as many people as possible. You just never know whose life you might change by sharing these cutting-edge presentations. With me now, I have my good friend Sachin Patel, who is a father, husband, philanthropist, functional medicine practice success coach, speaker, author, breathwork facilitator, and plant medicine advocate. Sachin is convinced that the doctor of the future is the patient, and he has committed himself to helping others raise their consciousness, activate their inner doctor, and initiate their deepest healing through the use of lifestyle, breathwork, and respectful utilization of psilocybin. Sachin founded the Living Proof Institute, through which he pioneered a revolutionary approach to patient-centered healthcare. He coaches hundreds of practitioners around the world so that they are empowered to deliver affordable and inspired care to their communities through his Perfect Practice mentorship program. He's an advocate of transforming the healthcare paradigm, and he has devoted his life to the betterment of healthcare for both patients and practitioners. Sachin, welcome.
Jason, thank you, my friend. So excited for our conversation today.
Yeah, me too. And one of the things I've always loved about you and I've admired about you is that you're focused on your own growth and development. You're never stagnant. You're always moving yourself forward, both as a doctor, as a coach, as a father. It's just how you live your life, and I really do appreciate that about you. And that's kind of where I want to go here in this discussion, which is this breathwork and psilocybin. And I know just in sort of following you on social media and in our contact, this is something that you have really found to be impactful in your life, this use of psilocybin or mushrooms, right? Which are thought of as a psychedelic. And I think that we'll have a different discussion about that today and how it can be utilized for our own transformation, our own growth, and our health, as well as breathwork. And this is something that's been around for thousands and thousands of years. It's been talked about over and over again. So I don't pretend to think that people haven't heard of it as a modality for their own health and well-being. However, I think we are coming to new realizations with regard to breathwork, particularly in the West, what it can do for us and how we can fit it into our own paradigm around health and well-being in the way that we think about health. So I'm just curious, with regard to breathwork, how long has this been really a central part of your life, and how much have you really kind of pushed this forward in your own practice and your own coaching?
Great question. And I'm going to be say this with humility and almost embarrassment that it's only been the 3 years since I've really focused and doubled down on breathing. And you would think that this is something we would have learned and would have been emphasized in school.
Yeah.
And, after learning about it, experiencing some of the profound shifts and benefits in my own health and my family's health and in my clients' health, I wish I'd learned about it much sooner. I mean, I've been breathing my whole life, as far as I know, and I think all of us listening have, but nobody's actually really come into my life until the last 3 years and really shed some light on something that's so profoundly important. And one thing that's always interesting, I'm always drawn back to the quote that the answers are literally right under our noses,
Mm-hmm.
and nothing but breath work is sometimes what the very thing that people need to create that transformation for themselves. And not only can they create health transformations, but they can also create profound, soul transformations, and traumatic events in their life can kind of be erased, and trauma that's stored in their tissue can be removed. So it's amazing what various techniques of breathing can do to people, and the benefits it can have for people. And what's cool about it is that it's always available to us. It's absolutely free, and there are various techniques. So just like there's an app for everything,
Yep.
there's a breath for virtually every health goal that you have. And the yogis have known this for thousands of years. I know in the East this has been a common practice, and now we have the science to demonstrate it. The West, in Western medicine, if we can't measure it, it's not happening. And
Right.
now we have the sophisticated equipment and machinery and technology to measure what's actually happening. So we're becoming more accepting of this technology, and it's been game changing for me. And it's so simple that you don't even have to buy anything to get people to implement it right away. And with the way the world has been, being on Zoom and things like that, we're still able to create transformations for people, even in a digital world. So I absolutely love the various doors that breathwork has opened up for me.
Yeah, and it's so obvious and it's so simple, and yet it's so hidden in a sense, right? It's because we are breathing constantly. In fact, we hear about it all the time too. I mean, I have lots of people that are breathwork coaches, and this is something that's actually come into our world, many of us, in one way or another, and yet it hasn't grabbed a hold of somebody until they start putting it into practice, right? And it's also one of those things that it's like weightlifting, right? If you go and lift weights and you're not usually lifting weights, and you lift weights, you're going to walk away the next day or the next 2 days going, I'm really sore. That sucks. I don't want to do this. And you don't see the profound benefits of something like weightlifting or exercise until a little while later, right? I find the same thing happens with breath work. Now, look, there's a lot of breaths that you can do that provide instantaneous transformation in a sense. It uplifts your mood, turns your brain on, relaxes you. There's all kinds of that for sure. And yet, the longer term impacts that I think most of us are looking for, whether it's with regard to our health, our mood, spiritual transformation, they can take a little while, right? So with breath, the profundity of it, like you said, something gripped you at some point, and then you said, oh, now I get it. Now I understand why this is so important and why I must sort of carry this message forward. And so I'm just curious, when was that? What was the thing? Because you're a smart guy, you know about the Eastern traditions, you know about pranayama. It's not like you weren't aware of this stuff, and yet something happened undoubtedly that finally locked it into your system. What was that?
Yeah, so I'll take you back to about 4 years ago when a friend of mine messaged me and he's like, hey, do you want to go to a Wim Hof breathing training? And it was the middle of February and he's like, make sure you bring your swim trunks. I'm like, oh, are we going to a pool? Like this was, kind of a foreign concept to me. I've heard of Wim Hof and I watched the Iceman documentary. So I went there, we went to a yoga studio, we did some breathing techniques. And by the end of it, I was able to hold my breath for almost 4 minutes. And I was like, wow, that was pretty cool. And then after that, we went outside and there was water and ice in a little kiddie pool. And all of us were out there cheering each other on. And we would spend about 60 to 90 seconds in this ice cold water in the middle of February in Toronto, which is cold, really, really cold at that time. And we couldn't bring our towels. So we had to, be outside in the cold and use our breath to heat us up. And then we had to use our breath to actually dry ourselves off too. So we actually used our breath to heat our body temperature to dry ourselves off, and that was a challenge. And that was like a very invigorating experience for me. I love the community aspect of it. I loved the fact that I could push myself outside my comfort zone. However, it wasn't until a little bit later when Giovanni, who was the breathwork trainer at the time, invited me to something called the Elemental Rhythm Breathwork experience. And this is about a 65 to 85-minute experience where you do some moving and shaking, and then you go into rhythmic breathing patterns set to beautiful music, and you're coached through the entire process. And then you do a gratitude meditation and some self-reflection and an integration circle. And it literally is like a plant medicine journey that you go on. And in one of those experiences, through the breath holds that I was doing, I was able to go back to the moment I was born and see myself being held in my parents' hands and them just staring at me in wonder and just in awe of who I was. And then I remember taking my first breath after that. So it was just really profound experience. And, somebody who's done plant medicines and somebody who's experienced, altered states of consciousness, I would say that that was probably one of the most powerful experiences that I've had. And so since then, what I've concluded, or kind of the idea that I'm putting out there, is plant medicine is like taking the elevator and breath work is like taking the stairs. So you can get to that same destination of transformation. And then, however, there's two different ways to get there. So you can take the stairs or you can take the elevator. And so what I loved about that is that we could use this breathing technology and this breathing methodology, the elemental rhythm, and actually get people into the same state. And so now I'll host rooms of 200 people on Zoom and take them through that experience. And when we do the integration circle, it's amazing the experiences that they have. And it's almost as profound, or if not more profound for some people than a plant medicine experience, but it's perfectly legal. So I love that about it. And so about 2 years ago, I became a facilitator of the breathwork rhythm, the elemental rhythm breathwork experience, and I've been facilitating for groups and my community ever since. So it's been really cool to be able to do that for people and have them have the same profound experience that I had without having to see them in person and within 75 minutes. So there's obviously subtle things that we can do with breathing, like nasal breathing and different breathing methodologies that can help enhance lymphatic drainage and things like that. But I found that this 75-minute window, if people give it its fair chance, it can be truly transformational for them. And it's a really unforgettable experience for people.
Well, I want to get into sort of the science of breath and when we're not breathing correctly and when we start breathing correctly in the various different forms and what it can do to our body. Because I think you're a perfect person to talk about that. And if it hasn't been clear at this point for anybody listening, if they're not familiar with you, you came from a more classical chiropractic, functional medicine, integrative medicine background. You know all the standard stuff that people are doing, and you advocate for this, particularly from a lifestyle perspective. So I want to just put that out there that you're not just some psychonaut chasing these experiences. Like, you really understand these things. And so, but before we get into that, I actually I'd love to tie this together for people. So when you have this transformational experience in that 75-minute window, whether it is with something like plant medicines or whether it's with the breath or even just a meditation, how can these things improve our health and well-being? What's the connection beyond just this amazing aha, holy crap experience to my autoimmune condition, my inflammatory joints? What's the connection?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm sure there's many roads that lead to healing, as you and I both know. However, what I found is that the more chronic the illness somebody has, the more likelihood it's rooted in some form of trauma.
Mm-hmm.
And my mentor, Joe Polish, always says that the issues are in our tissues. So many times our nervous system, our autonomic nervous system, is either on high alerts, kind of stuck in a fight or flight response because of our perception of our reality. And that perception of our reality comes from our values, our beliefs, and our lifelong experiences. Most of those that shape our perception of the world occur between the age of 0 and 8. And that's when our guardians and parents are doing their absolute best to raise us, but they may be doing or saying things, or there may have been experiences that we've had that were unintentionally harmful to our psyche. And some of these can even be pre-verbal traumas. So we can't even reason through them with our conscious mind and even talk about them with somebody else because they're stored as energy, not as words. And so when we're able to access kind of the non-verbal elements of who we are, this breath work or plant medicines can take us there. That's where I find people are able to release some of these things that they're holding onto. And when they release that, then what we find is that their nervous system goes from being on all the time, right? So I always say that your nervous system is not meant to be nervous all the time, right? It's meant to be balanced. And the 80-20 Pareto principle is that 80% of the time we should be in a parasympathetic, relaxed, healing, reproductive, regenerative state. And 20% of the time our body can handle, the acute stressor. But if it's flipped and we're 80% in fight or flight and only 20%, if we're even lucky to be in 20% of a parasympathetic, relaxed state, then we're setting up the stage for, poor healing responses. And when the nervous system is dysregulated, that affects every single cell, organ, and tissue in our body. So we find that when people are able to release some of that pain that they're holding on to, some of the trauma that is causing their nervous system to be in that sympathetic dominant state, it changes who they think they are, and it changes how they look at the world. And it releases a lot of that, just that stagnation that they're holding on to. So many people, when they go through this experience, like they'll break down crying, they'll have, flashbacks of a different time in their life, and they'll go back to that moment and release it. So here's what's interesting about breath is that our breath is there in every moment that we experience. So it's been there, whether we consciously recognize this or not, it's been there every single moment of our life. And so when we're going through something stressful, we usually inhale and take a deep breath in, and that kind of imprints that moment into our nervous system. However, when we feel a profound sense of relaxation, we actually sigh and release it. So one of the things that people need to pay attention to is when are they holding their breath and when are they releasing their breath? And if you can release your breath, even in the in a what may seem like a stressful situation, you can actually calm your nervous system down instead of holding your breath and being in that stuck in that fight or flight. So a lot of times, without even recognizing it, when we had a stressful situation occur, we imprinted that moment using our breath into our nervous system, and it's kind of stuck in our tissues. And so with the movements that we do and the breathing techniques that we do, we're able to, for a lot of people, bring that to the surface and raise awareness around it and then release it. And it's amazing. It's almost hard to, I don't record the integrations just for obviously for privacy, but out of all the things I've done in my career, I've never gotten more praise, more gratitude, and more thank you messages than doing this simple breathing technique.
And it's funny because all you're doing is you're showing them their own breath. You're just showing them what they already have within them, right? That's the beauty about it. And I actually am not familiar with this breath, so I'm actually going to look into this. It sounds very interesting. One of the interesting things about breath is that it's a master regulator of our physiology, right? Of our entire being.
Mm-hmm.
And yet it's unconscious. It can operate unconsciously as well as consciously. So it's one of the few master regulatory systems that like when temperature, Wim Hof can kind of prove me wrong here, but most of temperature regulation that happens in our body just happens automatically, and it's a master regulatory function, right? Temperature controls all kinds of different organs and systems in the body, right? But the breath is something totally different, right? So it's one of the few entry points into our entire system that we can use to regulate and control, right? And so to me, it's very fascinating in that regard. And the fact that it doesn't cost us anything, all it takes is a little bit of time and investment and energy to actually employ these different strategies, and we're off and running, right? And oftentimes what I find is that it's just that one experience, that doorway into the power of the breath. And once you have that, then you start going, oh my gosh, like I didn't realize I had this unbelievable tool at my disposal. How can I use this in different ways, right? So you mentioned there's so many other breaths in the East, and the pranayamas, they've been exploring this for so long. We have alternate nostril breathing, we have box breathing, we have the 4-7-8 breath. We've got, just a million different types of breathing, right? The cooling breath is one of my favorites because I tend to run hot. So there's all kinds of different breaths we can use. What are some of the ways that breath impacts our system? Why, sort of from an integrative medicine, functional medicine kind of mind, why might we want to consider using breath work to regulate our body?
Great question. And I want to just rewind about a minute here, because what you mentioned about Wim Hof is he uses his breath to regulate his temperature.
Yeah.
So it all ties back to the breath. And that's what I found really fascinating as I went down this rabbit hole. I'm like, oh my God, this connects to everything. And, as I mentioned earlier, the sympathetic and parasympathetic tone in our nervous system is paramount, right? So when we get into a parasympathetic state, we heal every single cell, organ, tissue, and at the same time. It all happens simultaneously, because what happens is we're shifting our body into that state. And so when we think about breath, there's other systems involved when we breathe, like the diaphragm is involved, the lungs are involved, the cardiovascular system is involved, the lymphatic system is involved. So breath is it's almost like a gas pedal, right? So you put your foot on the gas and all these other things start happening in your car. And so the same thing with breathing is and that's what's really cool about it, is that it's so simple. And Steve Jobs and Leonardo da Vinci always said that the greatest sign of sophistication is simplicity. And so if we can press this one button, if you will, or regulate this one, conscious aspect of our health, we can then control our entire physiology. And so
our entire reality, right? Like our
Right.
entire reality beyond the body, right? I know I asked you about the body, but it's a good time to say, like, this affects finances and relationships, right? Like we won't go too far there, but like that's what's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, how we show up in the world affects how the world shows up for us.
Yeah.
And so what I found is the more we show up in a calm, relaxed, parasympathetic, healing state, people want to be around us. The opportunities are then attracted to us. And I know we'll save that conversation for a different time, but how you breathe really changes the field around you.
Yeah.
And so the bridge between the sympathetic and parasympathetic system, the master override, is the breath, because we can always consciously control it. And I know doctors will tell you this. I know people will tell you this. Hey, if you're stressed out, just take a deep breath. But they don't really take that conversation any further, right? However, that could be the most powerful and profound advice that we could give somebody. So when we breathe, when we slow down our breathing specifically, it puts us into that parasympathetic state, activates our vagus nerve, and we start calming the nervous system down so it shifts into a state of healing, repair, regeneration. One of the things that we want to try to encourage our clients to do, because all of their goals that they have, if they want better digestion, better immune function, better sleep, better brain function, better detoxification, better elimination, all of those things live on the parasympathetic side of the fence. However, if they live on the sympathetic side of the fence, no matter what pills, supplements, or advice you give them, they're never going to get better because their body is not in the right state that it needs to be in for that healing to occur. So we get people to slow down their breathing, whether it's box breathing or whether it's samurai breathing. And samurai breathing is, imagine that there's a feather under your nose and we don't want that feather to move. So we slow down the breath. And by doing that, it's going to make a profound difference and shift you into that parasympathetic state. Here's a really interesting fun fact. And I learned this, and the application of this was in sports, but it applies to us as well, non-athletes. So in a state of fight or flight, we send about 5% of our blood to our livers and kidneys. In a normal, relaxed, parasympathetic state, we send 50% of our blood to our liver and kidneys.
Wow.
So imagine somebody is in a constant state of fight or flight. We're not even sending the adequate amount of blood flow that that organ needs for it to heal properly. And so no matter what supplements we give them, what dietary advice we give them, they're never going to see the same results as somebody who perhaps takes those same supplements, but then shifts their body into a state where they're sending more blood to their trunk organs. When people are in a fight or flight state, there's an 80% decrease of blood flow to their gut. So if somebody's got GI issues, do they need more supplements? Do they need to take enzymes, or do they need to slow down, get into that parasympathetic state using their breath and relaxation technique so that they can actually send blood flow to the organ so it can do its job properly? And I had a client actually last week. She came to my house struggling with heartburn, struggling with bloating and stuff after she eats. And I said, well, how about we just get you to chew your food and be conscientious of that and actually be present to your food. And I had a consult with her yesterday to see how she was doing, and she doesn't have the heartburn and bloating anymore. How about that? Just by simply chewing her food, getting into a parasympathetic state, using 2 to 3 minute breathing techniques that we gave her, and now her body is functioning as it should. So a lot of times we try to treat a problem with a pill or a supplement when in fact it's a state of physiology being parasympathetic. That's the actual issue that people have. And that takes power away from people because they don't even realize their own capabilities when they're not using their body or their mind and breath work to kind of shift into the right state.
Yeah, it's really interesting that we actually have to kind of retrain ourselves, right? And you mentioned kind of trauma and early life experience and all the conditioning that happens there that kind of sets the stage for this autonomic balance, sort of favoring the sympathetic. So it's kind of this chicken and the egg, and yet this feedback loop where the trauma and the stress sort of running in the background is controlling the breathing, and then vice versa. The breathing is now amping up the sympathetic, right? So we kind of have to unwind that and kind of retrain ourselves out of that sort of cycle, that mess. And I find that for those who aren't ready to sort of dive in and really go nuts on breathwork, that there's some key times throughout the day, key opportunities that we can really engage this sort of calming breath. And you kind of alluded to one, which is mealtime, right? And then I would say the other one is bedtime is another good time. So how do you like to sort of use this tool to influence some of the processes throughout the day to sort of engage that parasympathetic with your clients?
Great question. So people ask me, how much time do I spend on my breath work? And my answer now is 24 hours a day. And so breath work, even when we're breathing, that's breath work, right? So even right now, when you're speaking, I become hyper conscious of my breath and the positioning of my tongue in my mouth. And I ensure that I'm breathing slowly through my nose. And I'm doing that with intention. That makes me a better listener as well. So, how I want to show up in this moment is going to be determined by how I'm breathing as well. At night, I use mouth tape. So I have a 3M micropore tape. It's pennies a day. And I just put a little strip about 1.5 inches vertically on my mouth, keeps my mouth closed. And that allows me to breathe primarily through my nose. I can still breathe through my mouth if I want to, so it's not hermetically sealing my mouth. And I can still talk. I tell my son a story every night before I go to bed, and we're both wearing our mouth tape. So you can talk perfectly fine. And if you need to take it off in the middle of the night, then you can certainly do that. I used to snore, and I don't snore anymore. So that's made a huge difference for me. And I used to wake up a lot in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. Even if I didn't drink water before bedtime, I'd have to wake up. And now I don't, because I'm breathing primarily through my nose. When we breathe through our nose, a few things happen. We filter the air, we moisturize the air, we recapture the moisture that we would normally expel through our breath when we're breathing through our mouth. And we also increase something called nitric oxide. So breathing through our nose as much as we can throughout the day, and even while we're sleeping unconsciously, is a very powerful tool. The number one cause of cavities is not sugar, it's actually mouth breathing. So getting people to breathe through their nose will also improve the oral microbiome, because when we breathe through our mouth, it kind of changes the pH and it changes the oral microbiome, which makes us more prone to cavities, halitosis, which is bad breath, and other oral issues. So to preserve a healthy microbiome in the mouth, we want to breathe through our nose. Our nose is actually something that filters the air. So think about our mouth from a bacterial perspective. It's the dirtiest part of our body. So if we're constantly breathing in through our mouth, we're putting an undue stress on our immune system and our lung mucosa. So breathing through our nose makes a big difference there. Some of you might be watching this or listening, and you might be wondering, well, it's difficult for me to breathe through my nose. Well, your nose is an organ that the more you use it, the more it opens up. So if your airways feel obstructed, it could be because you're not using your nose to breathe as much as you should be. And sometimes our facial structure will also affect how open those passages are. So, I learned this from James Nestor, who's become a friend of mine over these last 2 years. And what's interesting is that our jaws are not as strongly formed or properly formed these days because we eat too much soft food. And so what's really fascinating to me is, as he was talking about this, he didn't study this or write about this in his book, but in India, when my parents were growing up, they didn't use toothbrushes. They would actually have somebody come and deliver sticks to them, branches. And we thought it was so barbaric that they would chew on these branches in the morning, turn the branches into bristles. Specifically, they use a tree called neem.
Yeah.
And they would chew these branches, and then they would brush their teeth with the bristles that they would create by chewing the branches. And I was like, this is like so silly. It's so barbaric, right? Just like squatting when you go to the bathroom. We used to think like, what the hell's wrong with these people? But it turns out they were right all along. So by chewing those branches, we're actually causing proper formation of the jaw. We're stimulating stem cell production, and we're stimulating a properly formed palate. And in fact, in India, people never had braces. My parents have perfect teeth. They never had braces. My mom and dad, have, their teeth are perfect. And I'm like, did you guys get braces? Because me and my brother never got braces. We're always like, how did you guys have such a perfect smile? They didn't know. They didn't know enough to tell us that it was the chewing of the neem sticks. But what ends up happening, and what's really fascinating, is when you give a child a toothbrush for the first time, what do? They start biting it, right? So intuitively, we know what we should be doing, but then we're conditioned to think that, no, this is for brushing my teeth. And of course, you want to make sure you're brushing your teeth, but primarily when we chew our food, that opens up our palate. In fact, when my son, a few years ago, he had an underbite, and we took him to multiple dentists, and they all wanted to pull teeth out of his mouth. And this was before I knew any of this information. And by the grace of God, we ended up finding an orthodontist, our fourth one, by the way. So don't give up after the first 2 or 3. And he said, no, we can give him a palatal expander. And they expanded his upper palate, and he's handsome as hell, but it made him even more handsome. It fixed his jaw structure. Don't have to, break his jaw and do surgery or anything. Opened up his airways, and he probably won't even need braces now. So it went from let's pull 3 or 4 teeth to not needing any of those interventions. And so it's amazing what can happen when we know this information and can save ourselves thousands of dollars. But if we had pulled the teeth and adjusted his jaw, it wouldn't have opened up his airways. So it's to me, it's quite amazing. And I know I don't know if I answered your question, but there's so many rabbit holes that we can go
Yeah.
down with this topic.
Well, no, and I haven't got him on yet, but I have a really great dentist, holistic dentist. In fact, I think he kind of gets a little upset when I call him a dentist because he knows so much more about the body and health than just the teeth. But Dr. Marvin, and he's led me down these same pathways where, there's a lot of reasons that our palates and our jaws aren't formed properly. But as adults or even as kids, when we have these things like underbites and overbites, we have tongue tied when we're tongue tied. All of these things can prevent the proper resting of the tongue in the mouth at night, right? And that's a huge deal because as you're alluding to, as you mentioned, when that doesn't happen and we don't close our mouth properly with our tongue resting properly, we're not breathing through our nose. It forces us to open our mouth, right? Changes the oral microbiome. And this gets into more of the terrain theory of microbiota and our whole system. But once you change the environment, then the bacteria, the microbes start to shift. We tend to think of it the other way. Let's shift the microbes so we can shift the terrain, but it's actually the other way. And so as you're changing the terrain and the environment, the microbes shift, that changes everything about the oral cavity, right? And consequently, even further into the digestive tract, because this is kind of the same one, it's the same thing, right? It's just it's gonna influence the down the line. And so you mentioned nitric oxide. That's a big piece too. And I hope we have another speaker that can really dive deep on nitric oxide. But just give us a little primer about nitric oxide, because I think some people have heard of it, but they're not sure what it is and why it really matters. But as you're starting to breathe through the nose, producing more nitric oxide, why might that be even relevant?
Yeah, great question. So I want to make sure I answer the previous question about different breathing techniques, and then
Yes.
that'll lead me into this answer. So you mentioned a very important point, which is the positioning of the tongue. So I'm constantly checking in. That's my first, I do a 10-point self-check. And the first thing I check in on is the positioning of my tongue. So our tongue is actually the strongest muscle in our body. So gram for gram, it's the strongest muscle in our body. And what's really important for us to know about the tongue is that it's actually a postural muscle. So if you were to saw somebody's head in half, right, and you look at a cadaver, for example, you would see that the tongue positions itself up against the hard palate, and it actually holds our head up from falling forward. However, if our tongue is not correctly positioned, then it puts a lot of strain in the suboccipital and cervical muscles, creating a lot of tension in our shoulders and neck. So first things first is I check in, make sure my tongue is correctly positioned, softly placed in the roof of my mouth, and the tip of my tongue gently touching the back of my front two teeth. And when you do that, you'll realize that it's impossible for you to clench your jaw. So it automatically puts our jaw into a relaxed state and shuts off the stress response. When we're clenching and grinding our teeth, that's actually part of the stress response. The other thing that happens is it seals your mouth. So when you put your tongue in that position, even if your mouth is open, it's impossible to breathe through your mouth when you're like that. So that's going to force me to breathe through my nose. And when we breathe through our nose, we pressurize the air. So we get deeper breaths. We cleanse the air, we moisturize the air, and we increase nitric oxide production. Nitric oxide production is important, especially as we age. So, in your 40s, nitric oxide levels dive. They literally nosedive. And this makes us more prone to circulation issues, makes us more prone to sexual dysfunction, and it makes us more prone to poor microvasculature and blood flow. So, one of the things that I always remind people is that if your hands are cold, if your toes are cold, if your nose is cold, then your brain is also cold, because the blood vessels in those parts of the body are about the same size. But what is interesting about the brain being cold is that our body has to work harder to get blood flow because we're working against gravity to get to the brain. And the outer region of our brain is a part of our brain that makes us, intelligent and wise and human and better at problem solving. So if your hands and feet are cold, you're probably not in a problem solving state. So increasing nitric oxide production using specific breathing techniques, but also you have to have a healthy oral microbiome as well. So the conversion and the production of nitric oxide is also dependent on the type of bacteria you have in your mouth. So using things like mouthwash and or mouth breathing, I mean, you combine mouthwash and mouth breathing and forget about it. You're probably not going to make much nitric oxide. But if you start breathing correctly through your nose, start creating a healthy oral microbiome, then that's going to increase nitric oxide production. And we need it for a variety of things. So nitric oxide is antiviral and antibacterial. So it kills COVID on contact. it literally kills it on contact. So that's one thing we need to know. The other thing that it does is it increases vasodilation. So we get more blood flow to the microvasculature. And it also lowers blood pressure naturally because we're decreasing resistance in the blood vessels and contracture in the blood vessels as well. And then, as I mentioned, it helps with sexual function as well. That's what Viagra does. It actually increases nitric oxide in the body. And that's one of its main mechanisms of action. So many profound benefits. And if you're watching this and you're in your 40s or above, just know that your net levels will naturally decrease and decline. And I actually use oral strip to test my nitric oxide level, so I can check in within 5 seconds and know if my levels are low or not. And I can increase the intake of certain foods in my diet: beets, arugula, microgreens, and then also do certain types of exercises and movements that will also increase nitric oxide levels.
Yeah, and I think sun also helps nitric
Yes.
oxide production too. Sunlight, right? Yeah, and
Yep.
I know you get out in the sun and do your thing with the sun. So and it's one of those things too, right? I know one of the things you often say is where you send flow, you send function, right?
Yes.
And so as we're increasing the flow to our microvasculature, we're sending it to the periphery of our body. That's really important, right? We're sending all kinds of nutrients and prana energy to all the tissues, and then we're bringing back all the waste products, right? So we're clearing the system, and this is really required for repair, regeneration, particularly as you mentioned, as we get older. I'm just crossing 40 here, and it's becoming very clear to me that I'm not getting any younger. Like I hopefully I can stay healthy, and my mind is young, but the body does start to wear down. This is just the reality that we face, right? So the more we can do to preserve that function, to preserve that youth, super critical. Before we close, and we've got a little bit of time, but I really would love you to focus on psilocybin and how you came into the use of psilocybin. We're now seeing psilocybin or mushrooms, psychedelic mushrooms. It's entering the space of healthcare and wellness, and this idea beyond just this recreational use, this party use. It is now being studied, right? Johns Hopkins has done a lot of work. We have MAPS kind of leading the way, getting funding and grants and the okay from the government. Like, this is actually moving forward from not only a clinical perspective, but also the research is also coming online too. So the research is really picking up. How did you come across sort of the psilocybin use, and how has it worked its way into your clinical practice and your clinical education piece?
Yeah, great question. So we're not, just to be very clear, we're not using this in a clinical setting just yet because it's not it's illegal, but we are paying attention to the research that's coming out and having our own experiences. And I think it really starts from having our own experiences and then being able to speak to what's happening inside of us, because you can read a book about swimming, but until you get into the pool, you don't know if you can swim or not, right? So I think these are very experiential tools that we must use. And for me, it started off with microdosing. So it was all the rage and still is. And so I said, well, why don't I start there? Because that felt comfortable to me. So microdosing is when you're taking about a 20th of a dose. There's different strains of mushrooms, of psilocybin mushrooms. I prefer Golden Teacher. I find that's a very gentle strain. And you grind it up into a capsule, or you can eat the cap and the stem. You weigh it out. So a 20th of a dose, depending on what your dosage is. A hero's dose is 3 to 5 grams. So a 20th of a dose might be around 200 milligrams for most people. And you would do that every 3 to 4 days. So let's say you take it on Monday, and let's say you take it on Thursday. It's an imperceptible dose. Many times you'll even forget that you took it. If you combine psilocybin with 2 other compounds, one being lion's mane. Lion's mane has one of the highest concentrations of BDNF in nature.
And this is a non-psychedelic mushroom that is
correct.
That's used for a lot of health reasons. People use it. Yeah.
Right. So lion's mane looks like a brain. If you find the mushroom in nature and you cut it open, look at it, it looks literally like a brain. And niacin helps, kind of increase the circulation and permeation of the compounds. What happens when you microdose is you start developing developing neurogenesis, and that's where you're starting to grow new brain cells, and not just new brain cells, but you're hyper connecting the cells that you already have. So you become better at problem solving. You become better at identifying and seeing patterns. You become more present and empathetic. You also start finishing people's sentences because you become such a good and profound listener. and you're so present to the conversation and you're so connected to the person. So it really makes for amazing parenting, in my opinion, and relationship building as well, because I know that I struggle with paying attention, having ADD myself, or some version of it, if you will. And this brings me present into the moment. So that's one thing I'll notice, but without noticing that I'm taking something, I'll just kind of, in hindsight, look back and like, wow, that made a big difference. My first hero's journey was a real trip, like no pun intended. And within the first 20 minutes of my journey, I took the medicine in a form of a tea. I started having visuals, and the visual that I was having that was front and center for me was me being at my son's funeral. And he was 8 at the time. So you can only imagine, he's my only son, as I mentioned to you earlier. And I was at his funeral. He's in a suit. He was in the coffin. And I was just like, oh my God, like, is this what a bad trip is? Because this is pretty bad. I couldn't imagine anything worse. And shortly afterwards, I had the foresight, this voice in my head said, ask why. And I asked why am I seeing this? What's there to learn from this? And I heard it not in the form of a voice. I can't even describe how I got the information, but what I heard and what I learned and what I walked away with is stop loving him to death, love him to life.
Mm.
And as soon as I got that message, I even get goosebumps sharing that with you. The visual turned into this golden spiral and disappeared. And I got the message loud and clear that I need to stop loving him to death. I need to love him to life. And so sometimes medicine will show you not what you want to see, but what you need to see. And it's a problem solver. That's what I found. That's been my experience, is that it helps me solve whatever challenge and problem I'm facing and come up with a elegant solution for the problem, and a really simple but profound solution. Another part of that journey, I'll share this real quick, I know we're running up on time, was I was facing a challenge with one of my team members who was ready to, we had invested a lot of time and energy into him, and he had decided that he wanted to move on and do something different. And the challenge with that, when you're trying to run a business and trying to grow a business, can really take you back, right? Especially when you've invested so much in this person. And then the visual I got of myself as I'm trying to jostle this challenge is I visualize myself as soil, and then all these plants were growing out of me, and all these flowers were growing, and these beautiful plants were growing out of me. And the message I got is like, you're providing fertile soil. You can't be mad if their flowers start growing out of you and they find their own light, right? Like, you've got to be happy for them and just know that they'll never forget the soil that they grew in, and always be grateful for that. And it just completely changed my relationship with that person. It completely changed how I approached the situation from that point forward. And it was so much more of an elegant solution. And I realized in that moment that there's a right way to do things, there's a wrong way to do things, and there's a living proof way to do things. And we just came up with a very elegant solution that was favorable and beneficial for all parties involved. So the medicine helps you. It helped me, at least. Everyone's experience is going to be different. But what I found is that it helps me and other people that I've talked to, helps them face their biggest challenges and come up with a solution that they would have probably never thought of on their own.
Yeah, this is what's interesting when it comes to sort of these new psychedelic movements, right? And we're studying MDMA, we're studying psilocybin, and to lesser degree other substances as well. And I think it's fascinating. I think they can teach us a lot about the brain architecture, how our brain works, like all the different systems, and yet it's a completely different level of reality than the experience. The experience is subjective, and we're trying to measure objective reality with this stuff. And so they're two different camps, and I think we can't study that. We just can't. Well, we can, and the only way is by consuming, and you become the one leading the study on yourself. And so, right, the studies and the research is never going to be able to show us. This is very clear to me, that it is the subjective experience that cannot be studied other than by the user, right? And for me, and I've also experienced psilocybin a number of times in a therapeutic setting. I never take it recreationally, although I understand why people do. And that's okay. I actually don't want to make that wrong either. However, if I'm gonna take psilocybin, I find that there's such an opportunity that's like, I don't want to waste it by partying and having fun and goofing off. Like, I actually want to get down and dirty and really discover something and really get intimate with the experience, which isn't always necessarily, as you said, some kind of fun thing. Although that's a judgment that we place. So even if it's something's uncomfortable,
right? Doesn't mean that it's bad. What I found is that there's so much that they can uncover about your perceptions, about your level of mind, that they the experience can change your perceptions in such a profound way from an embodied perspective. So it's not this thought paradigm that changes only, right? These lessons that you got, right? I mean, look, you can talk about them and you can share them, and they can have a profound wisdom that you carry in your sort of telling of the story. And yet there's something deeper that happens when you experience them, that it's so rooted, it's so real, it's so understandable. And to me, that's where I found such unbelievable transformation, is because it's changed my level of mind, my level of reality, from an embodied perspective that I can then carry forward with me. And hopefully, from an integration perspective, actually practice what I've just learned, what I've just realized, right? So it's these realizations that are not just coming from the thought level of reality. And in so doing, they can change your entire perspective on the way you walk in the world, right? And so again, I think it's fantastic that we're studying these things. We're finding the research is abundantly clear that they're providing tremendous benefits to people, and yet we can't underestimate what's happening on the real experience for the person, right? In fact, that's one of the things that comes from the research, is that I forget what the percentage is, but it's an overwhelming percentage of the people describe it as the most important, meaningful experience they've had in their life, up there with a birth and death and some of these other major life events, right? So, and this is even after a year later, after they interview them, it still ranks as one of the most profound experiences. And so, how would you advise people to kind of, if they're interested in exploring this? You mentioned microdosing. That's a really, really good way to start. What happens beyond that, right? Because again, it's still not, in some places in the United States, it's not illegal, but it's not necessarily legal either. It's kind of this weird gray area. And so I think,
Right.
and the reason I mention this is because as we go forward, if somebody's not ready to explore this right now, perhaps they're really respectful of the law, they don't want to go into that territory. Totally cool. I get that. And yet, I think in 5-10 years, we're going to start to see that this becomes a more legal framework that we can operate in, and there's going to be opportunities. So how can people kind of dip their toes or start to experience these things, and what do they look for in that?
Yeah, I think the first thing that I want to say is that it's all about the respectful use of these medicines. And I don't even like the word medicine because of the
Yeah.
connotation, but these wisdom holders, because they really hold a profound wisdom. And what I've discovered, and maybe this has been your experience as well, Jason, is that the theme is always love. Like,
Yeah.
what would love do in this situation? And that's been my experience. And I think that's the kind of the universal vibration that we all want to be at. And we can ask ourselves that even day to day, what would love do in this situation, and approach life a little bit differently in an upgraded way. If you're looking for somebody to help you in this area, I think it's important to understand that there's a few things that are very important. One is the set and the setting and the setter. So who is in that space, holding space for you? Do they have experience? Are they somebody who is doing it for the money, because there's lots of people like that, or are they doing it because they have a profound love for what they're able to offer you? And the setting, you want to be ideally in nature, is what I found generally tends to bring up the best experiences for me. Yes, you can be in a clinical setting, but I find that to be sterile. And in nature, nothing is flat. Whereas when you're in the four walls of a clinic, everything is flat. So you're missing that fractal beauty that nature provides us with. So try to be, if you're in a room, that's fine, but try to see if you can have some access to nature in the afterglow part of your experience. So while you're having the experience, a lot of times we'll have people do that with their eyes closed with a blindfold on or an eye mask on. So they're going inwards versus going outwards, but you're going to crave nature shortly afterwards. So make sure that's accessible to you. And then you want to set an intention. What is the reason that you're taking this medicine or this plant or this wisdom holder? What's the rationale behind it? It's not a joyride, and that it should never be used as such. It should be used very respectfully, and go in with an intention to solve a challenge or to ask a question, as big or as small as that question might be. Don't judge it, but just go in with some sort of intention that you want to walk away with, so that anytime you're facing a challenging part of your journey, you're always holding that intention true, so that again, I keep getting stuck in this medicine thing, but the plants can, and it's not even a plant, right? Like psilocybin is a fungi. So there's a lot of misnomers here, but the wisdom holder can provide you with that information. So always have that intention and hold it close to you.
Yeah, I love that, and you're right. It's interesting. I get caught in the same web. It's like it's because it's not a medicine, and I really don't even like to use that word. And plant teacher, wisdom keep, like there's all these different things, but at the end of the day, it's not even really any of those things. And so I think it's funny that you got caught in that web. And that's beautiful. I think that the intention really is a profound aspect of these things, right? And really going in with that heart-based intention. And you mentioned it, and I'll just say it overtly here, but this idea of safety, right? Be feeling safe, like that's a critical thing. And if you're not feeling safe with this person, even though they might be some expert or somebody else told you about them and they're great, like that is fundamental, right? Like we got to have that sort of safe feeling of safety as we explore into these things, because as you mentioned, they're not always a joyride. Sometimes they can be, and it can be in a beautiful, blissful type of experience. And sometimes it can bring up some challenges that we're working through. But as you mentioned earlier, I find it's always to our benefit. And at the end of the day, when it's all over, there's something that's there for you to work with and to process. And all there's so much that gets stuck in our experiences throughout this life, and to be able to process these things is a real gift. So I'm super excited that it's actually coming into the mainstream, that we have advocates like yourself out there that are speaking about it from a respectful and even to some degree scientific perspective. Like there's a scientific mind behind some of that. I think that's really, really powerful for us to navigate this going forward. And it's really a great opportunity. I think we're really lucky, right, to be able to have access to these things, because not everybody in the world does. And so again, it's a gift every time that I get to sit with this experience. And yet, what's interesting, I don't have the desire to go do this every week or every weekend. In fact, I haven't done it for quite some time, right?
Same here.
And so
it's been a couple of years.
Right. It's really interesting. And so that's where the sort of idea of a drug, it's certainly not a drug. If we want to define it as our classical kind of thinking of a drug, it is in so many ways the opposite of that. And so again, I'm really glad that you were willing to talk about that today, because I think it's the more awareness we can bring around this as an opportunity for healing and self-discovery and transformation, I think is a good thing. So Sachin, where can people find more of your work, and particularly if they want to explore the breath work, where can people find you on that as well?
Well, I mean, I love sending people to our website so they can go to becomeproof.com. We've also created a 30 in 30, which is our 30 best tips. They can go to 30in30.org, 30in30.org. And I can share a link with you, Jason, which I've recorded the breathwork routine.
Beautiful.
And if you're open to sharing that with your community, I think they would really value that and benefit from it. There's it's completely guided, and they just put on headphones, put on an eye mask, get a journal, and all the instructions are in there. So I'm happy to share that with your community.
That would be fantastic. I would love that. Sachin, thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
If you're enjoying these presentations so far, please consider grabbing lifetime access to the entire event at the limited time discounted price. Not only are you getting instant on-demand access to 35 expert interviews and over $1,800 in bonuses, your support also allows us to continue to produce these events so that we may get this cutting-edge and potentially life-saving information out to those who desperately need it. We really do appreciate your support. She's a #1 New York Times bestselling author, a world-renowned transformational teacher, and an expert on happiness, success, and unconditional love. Her books include the international bestsellers Happy for No Reason and Love for No Reason. Marci is also the woman's face of the biggest self-help book phenomenon in history, as co-author of 6 books in the Chicken Soup for the Women's Soul series. With total book sales of more than 15 million copies worldwide in 33 languages, Marci is one of the best-selling female non-fiction authors of all time. She is currently leading a 1-year mentoring program called Your Year of Miracles, and her opening seminar has been heard by more than 70,000 people. Marci, thanks for joining me today.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here with you, Jason.
So, it's funny. I first got introduced to Chicken Soup for the Soul series in my high school calculus class, a very eccentric teacher of mine. He would read these, and I'll never forget it. It was so impressionable. It made such a big difference for me. So I want to start there. When you were writing for this series, what were some of the takeaways because you interact with a lot of people that gave stories, right? So what were some of the things that you kind of took away from doing that work?
Well, I feel so blessed that I got to co-author the women's series in the Chicken Soup for the Soul books. And I'd say there were really three big takeaways. One was just the incredible strength of the human spirit. It's just incredible what people can go through, can survive, and can come out the other end transformed. I'm in awe of that. The second thing is I took away the absolute awareness that miracles happen in life. I would say that 25 to 30% of our stories were really miracle stories, things that just absolutely were phenomenal and we would all call them miracles. So how commonplace that actually is. And then the third thing I took away is how the idea of love, the feeling of love, it is unmistakable no matter where you are. It's universal. So I would give Chicken Soup for the Soul talks all around the world, and the same things touched every human being. And it's, the idea of love, and the idea of, not the idea, but the reality that love is kind of foremost in life. I know that sounds a little woo-woo, but it was like really real. I read probably 20,000 stories, and it was just inspiring. Human beings are amazing. We can also be not amazing, but we have a great, great capacity to be amazing.
Yeah, that was one of the things I loved about those books is the inspiring potential through some of those stories and through those anecdotes that you hear. It's like you recognize, man, the impossible becomes possible all of a sudden, right? And seemingly the only limitation is myself, my mind, my limited viewpoint. And so some of those stories to me are just they make a huge difference in awakening to a bigger reality, a more whole reality.
Yeah.
It's funny, your book, Happy for No Reason, I can hear some of the groans, like, oh my gosh, like it's a self-help book and we can just be happy and all these things.
Right.
And it's funny. So I want you to sort of hit on some of this misconception about happiness, because I did a project, the Human Longevity Project, and this is intimately tied with happiness and some of the things that go along with happiness. And boy, we're off the mark a little bit in the West, I find. And the happiness that I found traveling the world in Ikaria, Greece, and Okinawa, and in Costa Rica, it's a different happiness than I would say that I was conditioned to recognize. So tell me what you mean by happy for no reason, and what's your book really all about?
Yeah. I love that you've had that perspective of traveling around the world and seeing what happiness is in different places. I actually was fortunate to narrate a movie called Happy. I
love that movie.
Isn't that a great movie? And it really speaks about what real happiness is around the world. And what you're talking about is what I was conditioned to as well. It's what I call happy for good reason. It's I'll be happier when. That is the biggest myth in our society. I'll be happier when I have a better job. I'll be happier when I make more money. I'll be happier when I get married, or I'll be happier when I get divorced, or I'll be happier when I lose 20 pounds. These are all temporary states of happiness. It's what I call happy for good reason. Nothing wrong with having wonderful things in our life. It's just a very, very unstable place to put our happiness. And so what I mean by happy for no reason is an inner state of peace and well-being that doesn't depend on our circumstances. So life happens. Things go up, things go down. There's a pandemic. There's there's stuff that happens. But within all the stuff that happens, do you have an inner state of peace and well-being that you carry with you? That's what I call happy for no reason. It's not based on conditions. And Jason, if I could just tell you a little bit about my own story.
I would love that. I would love that, because I think one doesn't stumble across this realization or even expand upon it like you have, unless there's some pretty key experiences and actual wisdom from those experiences. So I'd love to hear your story.
Yeah, people always ask me, well, Marci, you can say this because you were always happy, weren't you? And my answer is absolutely not. I was born depressed. I came out of the womb with existential angst. I had great circumstances, great parents, everything was nice. I grew up in California. It was all sunny and everything was good. And I was unhappy from the get-go. It was as though I had this heavy weight in my heart, on my shoulders. I remember being 5 years old and thinking, how can I go out and play when everybody in the world is suffering? I think I was a big empath. I believe that we have ancestral trauma that we carry with us. I believe that I came in with some ancestral trauma. And so I was on this vast search for happiness from the get-go because I didn't have it. And in high school or junior high school, I did find what I thought was the solution, and it was called sugar. I became a sugar addict because it would give me a temporary happiness. And then of course it didn't last. And I became addicted to sugar. I was probably 35 pounds overweight in high school. So that was not a good solution. So when I was in my 20s, I decided I was going to set goals for myself. And I set 5 goals for myself. And I figured once I reach those goals, that's it. I got it. I'll be happy. And I'll share them with everybody because I think that people can relate. I wanted to have a wonderful husband or life partner, a fabulous career helping people, great friends, a comfortable home, and the equivalent of Halle Berry's body. Now I got 4 out of the 5. I do not have Halle Berry's body, but I have a healthy body for which I'm very grateful. At age 63, I just went camping and hiking.
You do look great, by the way, for 60. That's
you.
amazing. You really
Thank
do.
You. So anyway, I kind of like worked really hard to get that whole act together. And I had a turning point moment. It was in 1998, and I had 3 books at the same time on the top 5 of the New York Times bestseller list. Wow. I had just given a speech to 8,000 people, and I had autographed 5,432 books. In one sense, I felt like an author rock star, and all those other things on my list were good. And I remember going up to my hotel room after signing that last book and looking out the window. It was in Chicago. I saw this beautiful view of Lake Michigan, and I turned around and I fell onto the bed and I burst into tears, that just heart-wrenching kind of like, and the reality was I knew this was the end of the rope, the end of the line. I could not continue to fool myself into thinking that just the next thing was going to make me happier. And that's when I just did this huge all-in prayer commitment. What do I do to be happy? And I started researching happiness. I interviewed all the happiness researchers. I interviewed 100 unconditionally happy people because I wanted that lasting kind of happiness. And I started doing what they did, and it worked. I would say I went from a D+ in happiness to an A. And I'm still a work in progress. So, but it is solid. And I know I've now taught this to hundreds of thousands of people. I know it's possible for anybody. And to me, that's thrilling because anybody, no matter where you are in the happiness continuum, you can be happier. And when you're happier, everything in life works. Your relationships work better. You're healthier. I know that, you talk about healing a lot. I just a couple of statistics about happiness and health. Happier people are 1/3 less likely to get sick. They live on average 9 years longer. They have much stronger immune systems. In fact, there's new research on COVID and immunity and happiness. So all around, happiness is good. Happier people make more money. They, it has phenomenal benefits in so many ways.
Well, there's so much there that I love. One of the things that I think you're pointing to, which is very sneaky, and it's this idea or this reality that many of us are walking through life with pretty good circumstantial evidence around us, and yet inside we can feel miserable, depressed, anxious, fearful, any number of things, disconnected, and it's really challenging, right? Because especially now when we look at Instagram and all the social media stuff, and it appears like the world around us is happy and in good shape and all these things, following their dreams and their passions, making money. And then we look at our external environment and say, well, I should be happy. Like, and there's a real aspect here of guilt and shame about how I feel,
Right.
because I know that there's people that have it way worse than I do, and yet I feel so horrible. What's wrong with me? How do I fix this? Right. And so this is what I want to point to, because I think we're kind of all, we have been or all on that spectrum to some degree, which is that there's the thing that I'm feeling inside doesn't really match up with my external circumstances. What's going on here? And this is where it gets really, really challenging. And so I think the key to happiness, right? I mean, before we get to how do I get to that point of this stabilizing this well-being in my system, right? Because this is the trick that I think you're talking about, which is it's not this sort of hedonistic aspect where you're using sugar or sex or porn or money or any handbags, right? Any of this stuff to fill that need, that hole, that thing that you're searching for. But it's a real stable aspect. And I love that you're pointing to this idea that we can continue to stabilize, continue to deepen, continue to expand into this state. And it's not like you get there and you're there. It's
Right.
like, no, you get there and then you stay there and then you go deeper and then you get bigger, right? And so that's what's interesting to me. And there's something in Ayurveda, in the shamanic cultures, they point to this as well. When we're chasing something like sweetness, we're actually looking for more sweetness in life. Right?
Yes.
So that sugar is actually satisfying a real thing. And this is why when we eat that cookie or that chocolate cake, there's a real aspect of feeling better momentarily, but of course it doesn't last. And of course, if we follow these bad habits or getting out of balance, then it's going to lead us down a deeper path of sort of misalignment.
Yeah.
And so I just want to point to that even things like fat, when we carry more fat on our body, Ayurveda points to this idea of feeling more love, more satiated, more. So there's a real thing here, right, that we're chasing. And so I love that you really, really make this distinction about a lasting happiness for no reason versus these happiness points for good reason. And it is a good reason, right? There's a real reason. So what are some of those reasons that people are chasing happiness and that we're not feeling so happy all the time?
Yeah. Oh boy, do I love everything you've said. I could have jumped in and made comments about a million things. Well, first, let me just say this about the general state of society and all. We have an epidemic of unhappiness. We actually have more than we've ever had, and we are unhappier than ever. 1 out of 4 women in North America is on antidepressants. And I don't say that for any kind of guilt or anything. There's a great place for that. Yet there are many, many people that just don't know where else to turn.
Right.
And there are so many other solutions that are healthy solutions. So I want everybody to get, this is not just you. Don't worry if you're feeling like, oh, but I'm not happy. I should be. What's wrong with me? I've got everything I need. Look, if success, money, fame, looks were the key to happiness, we'd have a lot more happy people in Hollywood.
Right.
And we don't. We see suicides and, all that. So here's the thing that helped me the most to understand this. And that is that science has actually cracked the happiness code. We know what it takes for people to be happier. And here's what science has found. We all have what's called a happiness set point, and it's a thermostat setting. It's like a thermostat setting. No matter what happens to us, whether it's good or bad, we're going to tend to return to our thermostat setting. This is why when people win the lottery, you think, oh, well, that all I have to do is win the lottery and then I'd be happy. They're happier for a little while, but within a year, they return to their happiness set point. Right. Same is true of people who've had tragedies. Their happiness is affected, but then they return to their original happiness set point. So the set point is the key for all of us, and we know it can be raised. So here's how the set point is determined. It's 50% genetic. You're born with it. So I was not born with the good happiness genes. Even though I had a dad that was super happy, my mother was depressed, and I got more of that. 10% and only 10%, such a tiny piece of the pie, is our circumstances. Here we all are putting all of our life force and energy into changing those circumstances so we can be happy. It's only 10% of the pie. The other 40% is our habits of thoughts and behavior. And that's where we have the most ability to shift to raise our happiness set point. And I'm going to take it a step further and say that researchers in the field of epigenetics, like Dr. Bruce Lipton, who wrote The Biology of Belief, they say that even our genes can be changed when we change these habits of thoughts and behavior. So 90% of our happiness set point is about how we live, about what our habits are, how we live our life, not about who we're married to or what house we're in or whatever, how we look, whatever. So yay, that's freedom. And as far as I'm concerned, this should be taught in every school, in every child. You know, we learn the thing we want most in life is to be happy. It's what everybody has wanted since time immemorial. And here we know how to do it. So I want to share with you what I've learned about it and what you can share with your children about this as well. So
yeah, and so just so I have this clear, we're all kind of at this current state of our happiness set point, which may have been lower in the past or what have you, right? But we can actually then sort of reset this sort of new normal, right? So if we're doing some of this work that I think that you're gonna chat about, we can actually reset this this happiness set point, and get to this sort of new normal. So where when we get rocked and we get taken down, sure, we get a little bit unhappy, but we return to this new normal. Or when we have an amazing experience and we have this, we're so elated, but we come back to this new set point. Is that kind of what you're alluding to?
That is so what I'm talking about.
Cool.
It's about actually raising that happiness thermostat setting so that no matter what's going on around you, you are living in a higher and higher state of happiness, the purpose of our life.
And one thing I found, and I'd love for you to speak on this, which is that as I've done more and more work on myself, what I've recognized is that as I've changed this happiness set point, this sort of more stability and well-being, there's fewer things that knock me off of that point. And when I do get knocked off, I tend not to swing so far.
Right.
And even if I do swing far, I come back quickly, right? So it's like, I seem to have this more like rubber band effect back to that set point quicker, faster, and more often.
Yeah, the happier you are, the higher your happiness set point, the more resilient you become. And that's what you're talking about, is this ability to bounce back and to be resilient. And we need that. You know, I believe that we're living in these times. And for us to really master this, we're here to be masters, and especially everybody that's listening to this.
Totally.
If you're listening to this, it's because your consciousness gets this and knows you are here to be a master of life. And this is one of the ways this is the way I've found to really master our inner state. I mean, we're really talking about consciousness here. I talk about it in terms of happiness, but it's really raising our state of consciousness. So I know you love to be practical, as do I. So I am happy, Jason, to talk about the 7 areas that I've found that we need to look at for this.
Beautiful.
Does that work?
I would love that. Please.
Okay. I love being here with you. I so get how
I can feel you. Yeah. Yes.
It's really fun. So, and I just, I've never said this as a little aside, you know, I've done literally thousands of interviews, and, you know, sometimes they're just go along, and sometimes there's just this energy, and you've got that energy.
Thank you.
So I hope everybody else who's listening feels this and is with us on this. So here's the deal. When I researched all these hundreds of unconditionally happy people, I started with 100 people. I call them my happy 100. I found that there were 21 main happiness habits that they had, and they fell into 7 main categories. Now, I know it's hard for people to remember 7 of anything, so I created an analogy or a metaphor. I call it building your inner home for happiness. And this is how these 7 areas work. Every home has a foundation, 4 corner pillars, a roof, and a garden. And here's how this relates to the 7 areas of happiness. And what I want you to do as I go through these, I want everybody to listen to, where am I the weakest? Because wherever you're the weakest, that's where you want to start. That's your Achilles heel. And so, Jason, I'm going to ask you that question when we.
I'm going to identify it as soon as I hear it, because I can feel. I know it'll resonate as soon as you say it.
Okay. So the foundation of your happiness is taking responsibility for your life and your happiness. It's showing up not as a victim in life, but as a victor of life, meaning you're a co-creator in life. And the ways you know that you're in victimhood, 3 is, are you in blame, shame, or complaining mode? If you're blaming, shaming, or complaining, you are abdicating the responsibility for your life and for your happiness and thinking, yeah, I can't be happy because I've got this crummy boss, or I can't be happy because it's cold outside. That's not taking responsibility for your life. And then there's the 4 corner pillars, and they'll be very familiar to everybody. There's the pillar of the mind, your thoughts. Do your thoughts sabotage your happiness? The pillar of the heart. Do you live with an open heart? Do you have forgiveness, loving kindness, gratitude, generosity? I've never met a happy person who had a closed heart. The 3rd pillar is the pillar of the body. Do you have the biochemistry of happiness? Happiness is a biochemical event. Do you have enough endorphins, serotonin, GABA, dopamine? Where are you thriving biochemically? And that, by the way, was my weakest area.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 4th is spirit. Do you feel connected to a greater energy in the universe? Are you feeling, whether you call it God, the divine, intelligence, nature, it doesn't matter, but are you connected to spirit?
So before you get there, there's 2 there that really entrap me. One is the mind.
Yes.
I get pulled up into the mind so
Yes.
often whenever the feelings come in and there's a sense of like, oh, I don't want to feel that. The mind just instantly kicked in. So that's a big one. And then the biochemistry, just from an Ayurvedic perspective, my pitta, is very angry, frustrated. It's an energy that is sort of constitutionally there. And so that's something that I've continuously been learning and working on, how to cool, how to balance, how to pacify.
Well, I can relate. I'm a Vata Pitta. And so my mind can go into the spinning out worry. And then my Pitta, that's the Vata, and my Pitta can go into the fire. So I need a lot of water. Yeah. I need a lot of ground and earth. I need more of the kapha. So I'm completely with you in that approach. And the biochemistry, as I said, those have been my 2 weaknesses as well.
And I just want to point out too, sorry, and interrupt there, that there's something here too, right? Where we can say the constitution or the biochemistry or the genes may not be optimized for this sort of blissful, happiness, relaxed state. And the solution to that, or the remedy to that, is the first pillar that you talked about, which is responsibility.
Yes.
Right? It's like, this is me. I have no one to blame here. This is me. And so how do I take responsibility for what is innately mine? Right. So I just want to sort of point that out, because that was the solution that I stumbled upon. It's okay. Well, who else am I going to turn to? I can blame my mom. I can blame my dad and my grandparents, like the whole lineage. Or I can take responsibility and learn how to work with that.
Yeah. I love that. I've never seen it put together that way. And I think you're absolutely spot on with that. So the mind, by the way, is one that is very a challenge. And I'll give people some ideas of what to do about that, because I know, especially in our culture, that's a big trap. So now we've got the roof and the garden. So the roof has to do with our purpose or passion in life. Are you living an inspired life? Are you doing what you are here on this planet to be doing? And I absolutely believe that every one of us is here for a reason. It's not an accident that we're here. So are you living an inspired life? And then finally, the garden. And the garden is, who do you surround yourself with? Are you surrounded by weeds, toxic people, or people who are dragging your happiness down? Or are you surrounded by roses and gardenias of people who are really supporting your happiness? So I want everybody right now to just identify for yourself, before we go any further, where are you the weakest? And then make a commitment to yourself to take one step in the direction of strengthening that particular area of your life. It's not that we don't need them all, but we all are weaker in some and stronger in others. So shall we spend a little bit of time giving something practical for the mind? And
yeah, before you get to that, I actually want to go backwards a little bit, because you said something earlier that I didn't touch on, but I would love to, which is this idea that happy people are healthier in general, right? And there's science to actually show this, right? So what I think is interesting is that, for anybody that is struggling with mental, emotional, or physical dis-ease or imbalance or conditions, it's very easy, and I've been there. When you're dealing with that, when you're suffering with that, the condition is, when I get better, then life will be better. I will be happier. I can't be happy because, look at this skin rash, look at this, the pain that I'm in, right? How can I be happy when I'm dealing with this chronic pain, when I'm dealing with this extra weight, when I'm dealing with this thyroid disorder? I can't be happy. In fact, the thyroid disorder is the thing that's causing my depression, my low energy. And so I just want to sort of highlight that. And what you're saying is that that's a reasonable condition, right? And it's understandable. And we can actually flip that on its head and work on some of these happiness things. And that, interestingly enough, will actually help to boost my health condition. It'll boost my status. It'll bring me back into balance in ways that I'm convinced we still have not mapped out. I mean, this stuff is so insanely complex. Once you get into the mind, body, emotional complex, we're starting to. We have some things that are there to look at, but this is so deep in our being. And so maybe just talk to me about that and some of the things that you like to tell people that are dealing with chronic issues.
Yeah. Oh, so everything you said, yes. And it is so, we think that, just like you said, we think that when I feel better, then I'll be happier. And it really goes the other way. When I get happier, I'll feel better. So there are, no matter where you are, there are things that you can do to focus on what is working in your life. There's a saying, what we put our attention on grows stronger in our life. So if you are in pain, notice the part of you that's not in pain. Notice the places in which you are feeling that are working, and really bless those and savor those. Because when we start to work with the energy, because all of this is energy, and what we're doing is we're saying, let's shift the energy. And the shifting of the energy is going to help in the healing process dramatically.
I love that. And what you're pointing to here is like a very, very key thing, I think, which is to focus on the good, focus on what you're aware of that is healthy, that is positive, that you enjoy, right? I mean, this is one of the traps I think we get into when we're going through something physical, mental, emotional, is that we get sucked into that thing and we lose perspective of what else there is, right? Because it's taking up so much of my life force energy to focus on this thing, right? And so we get sort of sucked in and entrapped, and our view becomes condensed, and we feel like that's all there is. And so expanding that view and looking for these things that we really, really adore, because that's the truth, right? Like there's so much in my life that if it went away, I'd be really disappointed. Like it would be really sad, right? So what can I focus on that is positive? And I think that instantly is going to shift our biochemistry.
It does. And as a matter of fact, I want to just share, if I can, a very simple process to change the neural pathways in the brain that in turn then help shift the body.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Because it's very much what you're talking about. So people think, oh, this is too hard. I can't do this. And I want to show you how crazy easy it is. And I'm going to ask you not to take my word for it, but to practice this yourself. Use your own life as an experiment and see what shifts for you. So the research shows that there's an effective, very effective little 3-step process to create new neural pathways in the brain. And the neural pathways in the brain then affect our energy in our body and all of that. And I can tell you, for years and years and years, my only prayer when I was a teenager was just give me energy. I want energy. I had no energy. I was depressed and I had no physical energy. And as I've made these changes in my happiness set point, both from the level of physiology, I've done a lot for my health. I've done a lot of Ayurveda. I've done a lot of great things, but I've also taken it from the level of the mind and all these other areas. And it's just shifted. I mean, I feel like the Energizer Bunny these days. So here are these 3 simple steps to shift your neural pathways in the brain. Number 1, look for the good. Be on the lookout for the good. Now, I mean, that may sound stupid, but it's actually really important. We are trained to see the stuff that isn't working. If I asked you to tell me 10 things in your life that aren't working right now, you'd come up with a list like that.
Right. We can find the dangers, right?
Yeah.
We can find the dangers.
We
like
can
that's
find
a
the
real
dangers.
key survival tactic.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's an old survival tactic. The average person has 60,000 thoughts a day. And for the average person, 80% of those are negative. It's called the negativity bias. We inherited it from our caveman ancestors and we no longer need it. It's that tendency to hold on to what's bad. You know, if you get 10 compliments in a day and 1 criticism, what do you remember? The criticism. Right. We want to reverse that. So we want to, it's my friend Rick Hansen says, we want to Velcro the positives and Teflon the negatives rather than vice versa. So here's what you do. You be on the lookout for the positive. One of the women that I interviewed for Happy for No Reason said that she pretends that she's the Academy Awards committee and her job every day is to give out 5 Academy Awards. So she'll be walking outside. She'll see this, you know, cute little fluffy white dog and she'll go, oh, that dog gets the cutest dog of the day award. And, or she'll, you know, see a beautiful tree and say that tree gets the coolest tree of the day award, whatever it is, or an act of kindness award. So she's consciously finding 5 things a day. That's step number 1. Step number 2, savor it for at least 20 seconds. Now, this is a really important point. We tend to notice things that are good and it just goes away. We slough it off. Oh, yeah. Fleeting. The research shows that it literally takes 20 seconds for that good to be registered deeply enough to create a new neural pathway in the brain. So if you notice that cute little white dog walking by, instead of just noticing it, you go over to the person that's walking it and say, that dog gets the cutest dog of the day award. And you spend some time actually digesting it as though you were having a bite of your favorite chocolate pie and you were savoring it. If you're watching a beautiful sunset, you don't go, oh, that's a pretty sunset, but you let it into your being. 20 seconds. And then the third thing is you go for a 3-to-1 ratio, meaning 3 positives for every 1 negative. So if a negative happens, they do. It's our habit. It's going to happen. But you quickly come in and replace it with 3 positives. And it's this whole simple process starts to repattern things. Now, if you have kids, play this game with them of we're looking for the good. We're giving out the Academy Awards. They love that stuff. So
this is really powerful, right? And again, it goes back to your foundation, which is taking responsibility, because what I'm really feeling and hearing from you is we're changing the conditions that we've been patterned, right? We tend to find these patterns and they're subconscious, they're unconscious. We go through our lives with all these patterns of behavior, of thought, of belief, of action. And until we actually bring awareness to that and consciously shift those conditioned patterns, they're just going to keep operating, right? And so this is really brilliant. And it's something I've used in my life in many ways. And there's also a lot more ways that I can use this, but it's taking conscious awareness and actually it's going to take a little bit of effort at first, right? You're going to have to remember this. You might need to set alarms on your phone, whatever you can do to help bring this into your awareness, because it's not going to be conscious right away, perhaps. And so as we're doing this, then it becomes more and more conscious, more and more awareness around it. Then it becomes more habitual. Then it stabilizes, right? And it's like we are just conditioned to look at the positive, to look at the beauty, right? Yeah. And I've been around enough indigenous people, people in countries that live closer to nature, let's say, live closer to nature's rhythms. And if there's a synonym for nature, it's beauty, right? I mean, nature does nothing but beautiful things. And so it's like they're more conditioned to the beauty, to seeing this amazing thing. You know, it's one of the things I'm a little disappointed we don't get to see the stars a little bit easier in the cities that we're in, right? Because you can't not look up and go, oh my God.
And
right?
be in awe. You know, as I just got back from camping at Mount Shasta, and it was just, you go to sleep with the stars everywhere. It's just awe.
You're in constant reminder of that, right?
That's right.
But even simple things, right? Like full moons or harvest moons, right? When we see these just cool things in nature, a beautiful waterfall or creek or the ocean or a sunset, right? These are very simple things that we can do just using nature. But I love this idea of bringing conscious awareness to infusing this throughout our day, and eventually that will stick. It's like going to the gym. It might take a little bit of effort at first, but eventually it doesn't have to be so effortful, right? And this is the process of changing these conditioned patterns.
It really is. And you know, I I want to go out on a limb and speak for a minute, if we can, about even the step beyond happy, which is, what I've found is I started waking up every morning. This was maybe 10, 12 years ago. I started waking up every morning feeling like I'm living in this miraculous life. Like there is, everything's in the flow. Like the amazing things are happening. People are coming my way, opportunities. It was like this state of not just happy, but miraculous. And I actually believe that that is what we're ultimately all here for. Yes, the happier we become. And I don't mean you're walking around 24/7 with a silly grin on your face and you're ignoring what's going on in the world. That's not what I mean. I mean that you're living in alignment with your being. And there's this sense of all is well and life is in the flow. And I've started now looking into, if there's habits for being happy, there's also habits for living in what I call the miracle zone, living in this place where life just feels like a miracle all the time. So can we talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, no, I love it. You actually beat me to it because I was going to go right into that because
okay.
It's such a perfect place to go next because, I've seen these videos on YouTube, right, where you have these quote unquote inspirational speakers, might be a quadriplegic, might be somebody that has disfigured face. And you look at their energy, their charisma, their mentality. And personally, I'm like, I don't understand. If I looked like that, if I had that limitation, I don't know if I would be that happy. I don't know if I'd be that positive. I don't know if I'd be that impactful, right? And that's a true statement. I'm actually being honest about that. I really don't know if I could. And yet there's something there for me that if I can actually, in fact, there's aspects of myself that can feel it, that can actually learn, pick up that transmission that they're putting out. And I can actually resonate with that, right? And template that, right? So there's a real thing there too. But I want to point to what you're talking about here, which is this, that life is miracles. And so it's so outside of these conditions that no matter what state I'm in with my physical, mental, emotional health, miracles are all around me all the time. And I was not always aware of this. In fact, as I was sort of sharing with you before we hit record, it was actually my first experience with ayahuasca that showed me, and it wasn't an easy experience, I will say. It wasn't this like harmonious, beautiful thing, but it did show me, it brought back the magic of life. And in that moment, I go, oh my God, like I've been living my whole life and I've forgotten the magic. I've forgotten that it's this nothing, there's nothing but miracles. So in for a while, it stuck with me of the miracles that were always available. This idea that I can tap into this, that I can work with this, that I can get into this flow, and that not only can I work with it, but it's actually here for me. Right? It's not mine. I don't own it, but it is here for me.
Yes.
And so that became sort of a guiding light for me to sort of really figure out how I can work with this. And so talk to me about this, because I know you have this new program, right? Being in the miracle zone. So maybe talking about what is this miracle zone that you're sort of referring to, and I guess maybe the first place, what's preventing us from sort of recognizing that?
So yes, and I so appreciate your experience of tapping into the great magic or mystery or miracles of life is what you're talking about. And that's kind of where I was finding myself waking up going, oh my God, my life is miraculous. And I started looking at how do people get there in any area of their life. And this was probably 8 or 9 years ago, I started teaching your Year of Miracles program. And here's what I've found about miracles. First of all, let me define what a miracle means. According to Webster's dictionary, a miracle is a surprise and welcome event that can't be explained by science and that's often attributed to divine grace.
Is that really the Webster definition? That's because I don't always agree with Webster's definitions, but that's pretty good. Like that's
that was
actually
a really
pretty
good
spot
definition.
On.
That
I was a little bit hesitant
good.
when you were going to quote Webster. That was great.
It may not have been Webster. It was one of the dictionaries. I'm not sure that it was Webster, but
it's so good.
It was a dictionary definition. And I thought, that's it. We can't create miracles. Miracles are a gift of life, of the divine. But what we can do is we can create the conditions for miracles to flow more in our lives, and we can open to them. We can step into that river of miracles. And that's what you said you experienced, is stepping into that river of miracles. And, people have experienced that who've had near-death experiences. I've always said I want to live as though I've had a near-death experience without having to have the near-death experience. It's that recognition of the great miracle of life and stepping into that flow. And what I found is probably the biggest thing that prevents people from stepping into that flow is a feeling of lack of worthiness, is a feeling of I don't deserve that. I shouldn't be able to have that. Life should be harder. Or I don't love myself enough. I'm not good enough. We make it conditional. I don't deserve that. I don't have enough self-love. So our own lack of self-love creates that block to miracles happening. And this is
it's like we push it away, right?
We push it away. We push our good away.
I can relate to that. Yeah.
In fact, I want to do a little, just a little quiz right now to have people notice, how do you push your good away? Just throughout your common day. So 5 questions. Number 1, if you get a compliment, do you tend to, push it away or denounce it or, deny it? Number 2, if somebody offers you any help, do you decline it? Do you say, no, I can do it myself? Number 3, do you have a hard time asking for help? Do you think you shouldn't even ask for support? Number 4, do you have a hard time receiving gifts? You feel like you better give back. And that's a gift, a physical gift or a gift of service. You better give back twice as much as what you got. And number 5, do you tend to downplay the good that you have so that you don't make other people around you feel bad? In any of those cases, you are unconsciously pushing away your good. So here's what I want you to do. I want you.
Can I just say that?
Yeah, go for it. Tell us.
I had all 5 of those were
Yes.
my conditioned growing up, and it's only been recently, if I'm totally honest, that I've been able to start working with those, right? And it's like, when the compliments is a funny one. I wouldn't deny them. I would almost like Neo in the Matrix. I duck them, right? It's like, they're not going to hit me. And there was this aspect of like truly being unable to receive these things. And I can feel what you're getting at, which is that God, the universe, life is trying to give you everything you've ever wanted. And we're, for a lot of good reasons, we're unable to accept those, right? We're unable to actually recognize that. And I think a lot of it, from my experience, goes back to childhood and the conditions there and some of the things that we experienced, whether it's direct trauma, some of these conditioned pattern beliefs and habits and things, not trusting the love that was there when we were kids, right? Because it was fleeting. It wasn't so consistent, right? There's a lot of things there. And then I think you mentioned ancestral stuff. That's certainly here. So I just want to sort of name those, but please continue on. I resonate with this so strongly.
Yeah, well, you just hit the nail on the head. Our ability to receive. That's the thing. People can only give to you to the degree that you can receive. The universe is the same way. Life only gives to you to the degree that you can open up to receive. So I'm going to give you a couple of things to do for this. Number 1 is just notice. Over the next days, notice, how are you pushing away your good in simple, subtle ways? Somebody offers to carry a bag for you, or somebody offers to come help you do something. Do you push it away? Or and notice when you start to push it away, take a deep breath and say, how could I receive right now? Because receiving is a beautiful gift that you give other people or that you give the universe to let it in. We've got to let in the good. I believe that all of life is for us. It may not look that way. But Einstein said the most important question you can ask is this a loving universe? I believe life is on our side. So open up to receive. Practice the building up your receiving muscle. So that's number 1.
And I want to comment before you get to number 2, because my friend Puma, who we also interviewed for this summit, is a sort of Andean indigenous shaman healer, and he says it's not yours. And this is with reference to anything, right? Whether it's your pain, your suffering, your gifts, it's not yours. It is for you, right? And I love that, because it speaks to this idea of receiving. And I think there's a very, very important distinction between taking, right? If somebody's giving you something, you're actually not taking it, you're receiving it, right? It's a different energy. It's a feminine energy. It's a soft energy. It's a welcoming energy, as opposed to this sort of demanding taking, right? It's a
Grabbing.
very, very different, right? And so, yeah, I just want to
Opening.
point that out.
Yeah, that's great. I've never looked at it that way. I love that, but it is an opening energy.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
receiving. And then the second thing is just a simple little practice. And I want everybody to write this question on a Post-it, and you're going to ask yourself this question twice a day. And the question is, what's the most loving thing I can do for myself right now? Simple question. What's the most loving thing I could do for myself right now? Sometimes it may be I can have a sip of water. Sometimes it can be I can go out in the fresh air. Sometimes it could be I'm going to call a friend and get a little support, or I'm going to take a few minutes and sit and meditate and just shift my mood, or I'm going to move my body, or it doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that you are actually retraining yourself to pay attention. Pay attention to what your own needs are. We're so busy going out and trying to fulfill everybody else's needs that we need to look at what is it that my heart, soul, body needs right now. And if you do that twice a day for the next week, you'll start to really repattern yourself to feel more worthy of receiving.
I love that. It's interesting. As you were talking, some emotion was moving through me. I don't know if you saw that. My eyes were watering and I could feel emotion moving through. Whereas, and what I actually kind of like about that is that's something that I've learned to love. It's like, I can actually let these things move through, right? Whereas before I'd kind of block them off and really shut them off. But there's something about what you were saying, I think, that was so powerful, that was so true, that it just happened to sort of move something in me and actually have clear it. So it was beautiful just to recognize that.
Well, Jason, I want to, and here's a compliment for you that you can receive. I want to really acknowledge you for your journey that you've been on, because I can really feel that it's been a sincere and genuine journey, that you've devoted yourself to finding how you can live a happier life and be healthier and live in the miracle zone, and that you're really using this to share this with other people. I really, I honor that very much.
Well, again, thank you so much. And I did receive it, because I am feeling emotional about it. And what I'm feeling is how good that feels to be seen, right? To truly be seen. So I thank you for that.
And right now, I would love everybody, there's a little love fest. I'd love everybody to feel your own appreciation for yourself right now. What is something that you can appreciate about yourself in this moment? Well, you brought yourself to this conversation. Maybe you've made a commitment to doing some little thing over the next week or two that will shift your life. Everybody, if you just take a moment to honor, acknowledge, and celebrate yourself, we need to do that much more often.
I love that. Thank you for pointing that out. So we have just noticing these things, if you're able to receive, and if not, what's going on there. Number 2 is, remind me.
What's the most loving thing I could do for myself right now?
What's the most loving thing I can do? Right. So was there another one, or were those the 2?
Oh, there's 5,000, but for now, let's start with those.
No, that's great. I love that. And
celebrating yourself, noticing something about yourself, acknowledging yourself, celebrating yourself, appreciating yourself. That would be the 3rd.
Yeah, that's great. I love that. So one of the things I think that's interesting about being able to receive is that I noticed that it can be overt, right? It can literally be the denial of somebody offering help or what have you. And then there's this subtle aspects of there. It's more energetic, I would say, where, and I've been caught in this pattern, and I'm still in this pattern to some degree, because I've run this pattern very, very hard in my life. And so I'm still working this pattern very, very strongly. There's an aspect of being in this place of going, I want help. I'm ready to receive. I want help. And you're sort of like, you're trying to force it. You know what I mean? But the underlying energy is still this, like, I don't want it. I don't deserve it. I can do it myself. Whatever the energy is. And it can be so challenging, because it's actually sometimes not in the mind. It's deeper in the body, so to speak. And so I just want to sort of point to that and acknowledge that we can actually run this pattern of wanting help from maybe a wounded place. And yet energetically, we're out of alignment with that true ability to receive. And I've noticed that when I can shift into that for however that might be, and I might need support from somebody else, I might need to work some things that are caught in my system. But as I can step into that more and more, I actually don't even really have to ask. I'm literally sort of vibrating, so to speak. I'm holding this energy of I'm ready to receive, and things just come out of the woodworks, stuff that like I could never have imagined. And this is, to me, what you're speaking to is this miracles. It can be so simple, whereas somebody comes and offers me help, or it can be this random thing that wasn't even in my awareness that all of a sudden is landing on my doorstep.
Yes.
Right. And they can come out of nowhere, and they can be so strange. And so I just want to sort of recognize that it's very, very elusive sometimes, that it's not as simple as operating from the mind, which is why I love your practices, because your practices help get into that sort of energy a little bit more and brings us back so that we're not caught in the mind of asking and wanting to receive.
And, can I share a quick little story with you
please.
from one of the women that I've worked with in the Year of Miracles program, Kirsten, and I'm sure she's okay with me sharing this story. She's given me permission to do this. She also has, Kirsten was a fitness buff. She teaches fitness classes, and she was super healthy in many ways, but she knew something wasn't quite right. And she just sort of opened to receiving. And in some very kind of weird and miraculous way, the doctor ended up diagnosing that she had a hole in her heart. And it was like this huge, fabulous thing.
Like an actual thing.
An actual physical hole in her heart. And it was some random weird way that they came to discovering it. And you think, well, that's not miraculous. Yes, it is. Because they discovered it, they were able to do something about it. She had a surgery. We all sent her all of our intentions, our love. She had a miraculous surgery. The doctors couldn't believe it. She was better in miracle time. And she has since felt an enormous shift in her life. So the miracles can come in ways that you think, well, that's not a miracle, but yes, it is. It's a miracle because it's in the path of our healing. So I think what we want to do is be open to everything. Totally. Be open to, okay, if there's something that needs to be adjusted somewhere, let me know what that is. So that I can make the right adjustments, so that I can draw in the right medical support or health support or whatever it is.
I love that story. And you're pointing to the miracles can come in very interesting ways, right? And that's one of them. Another one that comes to mind is that the thing that you're wanting, the miracle, or you're wanting to shift, it may not be the thing that shifts. What shifts is your perspective or your awareness around it, right? Your acceptance of it, right? And to me, that might be the biggest miracle that you can ask for is true acceptance of whatever is in front of you. And again, I want to bring this back to the healing journey, because until, like, for me, if I wasn't aware of miracles, if I didn't believe in miracles, if I was kind of, again, pushing them away, then how can they possibly come into my reality, right? So first, for me, was when I opened up to the possibility that something miraculous can happen, was the first step that is more likely to happen. And then something that I want to point to that you mentioned earlier, and this is such a common thread, by the way, I really want to point this out, that if you listen to many of these interviews, the amazing people that we have speaking, they almost all, if not all, share a common story, which is reaching some point of seeming disaster and going, you know what, essentially, I give up doing the old way. I surrender. Please, God, help me figure out what to do next. Right. So your stories align with so many others. And I think I just want to highlight this idea of just surrendering the old patterns and giving things over. And exactly what you're saying here is you're asking for help, right? In a very overt sort of prayer, meditative state.
Yes.
There's something really, really powerful about that, because you're not even asking for, show me exactly how step by step to get to this point. It's just like, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. And I think that energy is, I can't do the things that I've been doing. I'm done trying so hard. I'm done with that old ways. I surrender. What do I do? Right. And like that's inviting in the miracle.
That is so true, that when we let go, when we just say, okay, I give up, or the ego, I give up.
Yeah.
And we let it be done. It's not, we don't have to know everybody thinks, I've got to know how am I going to heal? How am I going to get the money I think I need? How am I going to do this? It's not the how. Our job is to know the what.
Right.
In my heart, I want physical healing, or in my heart, I want relationships that are harmonious. And I let go. The way I've been doing it hasn't worked. And let me be shown how. Let me be shown the way. So it's a beautiful way to live.
I love that. And I think this is where some of the more religious sects, right, they're actually more inclined to sort of align with that
Right.
mentality. And I was not raised in any religious path. And so it took me a little while to recognize that I can open up to the greater mystery that is, and ask for help from an invisible mystery, right?
Yes.
And that's a very, very strange thing. I came from the science background. I was very practical, very in the mind, very in the physical reality, right? So it can be a leap, but I think, boy, that's like the greatest leap that I ever took, right? And then there's a part of me that's sad that it took so long, but that's just the path. That's just the journey, and it is what it is, right?
It's all perfect.
I found
it's all in divine timing.
It's exactly right.
Yeah.
So Marci, this has been great. I feel like we could go on for hours. I love your energy. And it's, to me, you really do hold this essence of well-being in your system, and I can feel it and I recognize it. And so thank you for showing up today, and please tell us more where we can find your stuff.
Thank you so much, Jason. Well, I've just loved this. And so you can go to youryearofmiracles.com, youryearofmiracles.com. And in there, we offer a gift of the 4 biggest mistakes that keep you from the miracle zone, and then how you can get there, get past those. And then also, if you're interested in the happiness work, you can go to happyfornoreason.com, happyfornoreason.com. And we have all 21 of the happiness habits there with practices to do for each of those happiness habits. So I welcome everybody to explore more of living a miraculous life and a deeply happy life. And, Jason, I want to just share one last idea, if I might, because people are often saying to me, isn't it selfish to want to be happier? Isn't it selfish to want to be living a miraculous life? What about the rest of the world? And my answer is that it's the least selfish thing you can do, because when you shift, it's been scientifically proven that you impact the people all around you. And I believe that the best thing we can do to help create a better world is through each of us creating a better life within ourselves. And there's a beautiful Chinese proverb that says just that. It really sums up my philosophy. It goes like this. It says, when there is light in the soul, there will be beauty in the person. When there is beauty in the person, there will be harmony in the house. When there is harmony in the house, there will be order in the nation. And when there is order in the nation, there will be peace in the world. And my prayer and my wish for every single one of us is that we know that light in our own souls, and we live that. And through that, we help create more peace on this planet of ours.
Beautiful. Well, I've got nothing else to add to that. This is a good place to end. Marci, thank you so much. And thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you on the next one. I hope you've been able to catch all the presentations so far. There is a ton of cutting-edge information being shared in these 7 days, so if you're worried you might miss any of these life-changing presentations, pick up your all-access pass now at a limited-time discount. Click the button on this page to secure your on-demand lifetime access to the entire summit, plus over $1,800 in exclusive bonuses. This won't last long, so please take advantage of this incredible 67% discount today. Your contribution helps us get this groundbreaking information to as many people as possible. Well, I'm so excited to introduce my next guest, and we're sure to have a fascinating conversation about a topic that remains mysterious to most, and yet everybody is intimately familiar with, and that is physical pain. Dr. Yoni Whitten has been studying wellness, human performance, biomechanics, and corrective exercise for over 2 decades. He holds a doctorate of chiropractic and a Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology with specialization in nutrition and health. In addition, Dr. Whitten is one of the first doctors in the United States to be awarded the prestigious status of Certified Chiropractic Wellness Practitioner. In nearly 15 years of practice, Dr. Whitten has developed a unique approach to help people overcome chronic pain, postural problems, injuries, common orthopedic problems, and achieve physical vibrance. Dr. Whitten, thanks for joining me.
Thanks so much for having me, Jason.
So this is a really interesting topic, this idea of pain, right? And I'm certainly familiar with it. I've spent most of my life with it, to be honest with you. I started, my chronic pain started at 13 years old,
Whoa.
playing basketball. I had some patellar tendon kind of inflammation that just wouldn't seem to go away. And I remember distinctly, and this is like a sort of a critical point in my life, and has what led me to this point, actually, of becoming a health practitioner, was that the doctor told me it's overuse. You need to rest and ice and take ibuprofen, and that's what you do. And so, of course, at 13, that's what I did. I listened to the doctor. I rested as much as I could. I mean, I was 13 years old. I played basketball, football, baseball, soccer, and did everything else, right? And so taking 3 weeks off and pretty much doing nothing was kind of painful. Well, it was painful in a different way, right? It was very difficult, and yet I did it, and really nothing changed. So I went back to playing basketball and football and all my sports,
Sure.
and the sharp pain came back. And I'm sad to say that lasted for years throughout high school. You know, I wore one of those patella tendon knee straps that seemed to hold things in place and keep the pain from arising, but ultimately wasn't a solution. And so I just want to sort of paint that picture for you, because I'm sure you see this stuff all the time. And I'm just curious, what's going on there? Why does if you can answer this question, why does the typical medical system not really seem to have any solutions for pain?
Well, what you just described, Jason, is what I call the clinical dismissal. And it's this 3-step approach that pretty much everybody with pain experiences when they go into the conventional medical system, which is, they're going to do a quick examination, which is like, hey, show me where it hurts. They're going to usually send you off for some kind of imaging, which is primarily an x-ray. And if that x-ray comes back and there's nothing catastrophic going on, where it's actually an imminent threat to your survival, then part 3 is that clinical dismissal, which is pain-killing drugs or anti-inflammatories, a recommendation to rest or immobilize the area, and then sometimes they'll throw in, muscle relaxants. But that's what you described is literally what, I don't want to say everybody, but the vast majority of people who go into that system, they get that. And it's not that the doctor doesn't want to help you.
Right.
They got into medicine to help. That's the primary drive behind anybody who goes through that much schooling, is they genuinely want to help. But the system is set up where there's not enough resources to go around. And so basically they triage everybody. And so the life-threatening situations get the bulk of the resources, and everybody else, hey, you're not going to die from your knee pain, so take this and basically, come back when you have a real problem, like you're having a heart attack or an aneurysm, and they're fantastic at dealing with that stuff. And I don't want to have this come off as bashing them, but there's just not enough resources to go around. And then the other thing is that you find in the literature, when you really dive into it, that there's this really mistaken impression of what's happening with these pain syndromes. And there's this idea that these problems go away on their own. But chronic pain is not a steady state. Chronic pain waxes and wanes for the vast majority of people, and they might have times where they're completely symptom-free, and then it comes right back. And so that is the nature for the vast majority of chronic pain sufferers. And you catch them on the right day and you're like, oh, look at that, problem's resolved. But they go and move and do something in a way that triggers their condition, and it's back, and oftentimes worse than it was before. So at the heart of the matter is a lack of resources, and frankly, the examination that they do is insufficient. From the standpoint of, when you're looking at it from a triage, hey, who's likely to die is one thing. And I can appreciate that when you're operating in an emergency room situation. But for a young kid, you got to say, pain is abnormal.
Right.
You should not have pain.
And that was my approach, right? Because I knew when he told me it's overuse, and I'm thinking, yeah, but there's guys playing professional sports at 35 and even 40.
That's right.
And if their stuff isn't being overused, then how can mine be? Right?
That's right. That's right. There used to be a specialty in conventional medicine called physiatry, and it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Physiatry is physical medicine. And it was kind of usurped by physical therapists. But when physical therapy was created, physical therapists were under a medical doctor. So they were getting their marching orders from medical doctors. And so
Right.
there's kind of this, remember the old game of telephone?
Oh yeah.
Where like the message gets passed. Well, the problem is that physiatry was kind of phased out in medical school to the point where someone like yourself, who's even in this space, has not heard of it.
Right. That's
So
wild.
that was physical medicine. And I don't care to get into the conspiracy theories for why that may have phased out, but suffices to say that there's a lot more money to be made approaching these things from other methods.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we find, right? And this is not only in medicine; it's in pretty much every industry. Is that there's interest, right? There's financial interest that want to push people around, and people will start to create markets for themselves, and that's just the reality of where we're at. And so I want to ultimately, what I want out of this conversation with you is for people to get an understanding of pain, and to start to be able to take steps or have a path to be able to resolve pain, right? That's what you do, right? And your whole thing is called the pain fix protocol, right? So it's like, that's what we really want to get to. We want to get to the other side of these pain syndromes.
Mm-hmm.
First, I want to maybe get a better understanding of what pain is, right? Because we can take certain pharmaceuticals and literally block pain,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean, there's really interesting things when it comes to pain, right? How can I take a pharmaceutical and yet it can block pain in my ankle, right? And so pain there's got to be different types of pain, whether it's nerve-based pain or other types of pain, right? So maybe just walk me through kind of what pain really is and how do we understand it?
It's a super good question, and all the points that you make are 100% valid. What I would say is it's easy to get lost in the weeds when you start talking about those things. So let's look at it from a big overview and just say, what is pain? To answer that question, pure and simple, it's your body's spidey sense. It's your body telling you, hey, there's something wrong. That's what it is. And it's an intelligently designed survival mechanism that was necessary. And that's why it's lasted over so many millions of years of evolution, and why we retain all of these sensors throughout our body, because it ensures our survival so that we can live long enough to pass on our DNA. Mm-hmm. That's what it does, pure and simple. And so it's there to alert your conscious mind to get you to do something to save yourself. That's it. That's the best way to think about it. And the other thing is, I want to circle back to what I said earlier, which is pain is abnormal. If you're experiencing pain, something is going on that needs your attention. And the classic example of this that everybody understands is if they have tooth pain and they go to the dentist, there is no way in heck that you're coming away from that dentist with a prescription for a drug that covers up your pain and you're satisfied with that situation. Right. Because you're like, hey, what about what's going on with my mouth? But you could take that same pain and put it in a knee or in a back, and for some reason it's acceptable to get a drug to just mask it. That's something that is so difficult for me to wrap my head around. Why is the consumer satisfied in one of those situations and completely dissatisfied in the other one? Doesn't make any sense. We instinctually know that there's something wrong when the pain is located here. But if the pain is located here in my head, it's perfectly acceptable to take a drug to cover it up without asking any questions about, hey, what could possibly be causing me to have this pain?
Right.
Yeah. When it's a cavity, it matters. But when it's chronic sleep deprivation or dehydration, no problem.
Yeah. We've been conditioned to believe that these things can only be addressed to some degree. And then kind of we throw up our hands. Right. And I think this is, and I've known enough osteopaths and physical therapists and chiropractors to know that it doesn't matter what the pain is. There's a solution. We can get on the other side of that. Now, it may be challenging. There may be some work that's necessary to sort of bring things back into balance. It may not be as simple as you go to some therapist and they kind of do some manual manipulation and you're good to go, right? There's some ownership with this stuff. Mm-hmm. But ultimately, kind of what I realized is that pain is just a necessary part of life, right? It's like suffering, right? And it's going to be here. And we can either continue to deal with it or we can get on the other side of it. And I've realized that some pains that I have in my body, oftentimes I may need to actually go into the pain to get through it, right? In other words, I find that myself and many other people, there's a tendency to avoid pain, right? So whenever pain shows up, it's like, okay, I'm going to do whatever it takes to not experience the pain, right? And that's reasonable, right? Like, it's not fun to experience pain, but that means either avoiding activities that you love or not bending your body in a certain way, right? And we start to dance around the pain. And what I find is, and I'd love your thoughts on this, is that maybe not always, but sometimes it is necessary to go through the pain and to go into the pain in an intelligent way. And what I find, here's an interesting one that I'd really love your thoughts on, because it's taken a little bit of a derail, but I remember going into a 10-day Vipassana meditation retreat. And this is one of those retreats where you don't talk, right? You have no activities, and you're basically just meditating 12 hours a day in these little blocks. And I remember sitting in meditation posture for like 2 hours. And at the beginning of this 10-day retreat, my knee pain was so severe. After about 45 minutes, it was painful enough that I had to stretch it out, right? And then through the training, which is partially about bringing your awareness to the various aspects of your body. So if there's pain, instead of the story around pain, it was just viewing pain from what it is. What are you experiencing? Oh, it's hot. Oh, it feels like needles, or it feels dull, or, and you're really you're removing any story about it. And by the probably 6th day, I was able to sit in meditation without problem, because my story changed and my awareness changed. And I sat in the posture, and so that was a perfect example for me that my story around knee pain is that I couldn't sit in this certain way for longer than 45 minutes without having to move. Completely changed in 6 days by just changing my awareness and being in other words, going through the pain a little bit. So I said, with that lead up, kind of talk to me about that. Is there a way to sort of not experience the pain in some instances?
You're in a very gray area with this topic, and unfortunately the answer depending on who you're talking to. So if you're talking to an athlete and somebody who has a background in sports, they will be well versed in different kinds of pain, and there's a lot, but let's separate it out into two. There's physical discomfort that's associated with doing something hard,
right?
Okay. And then there's pain of your hand is approaching a hot stove.
Right.
Yeah. So you have to be careful answering the question that you posed, because in one of those, it is possible to lean into it, but that's with the caveat that this person has some understanding of the difference between those two.
Right.
And they have some understanding of where their limit is. It's very dangerous to apply that standard universally across the board, because not everybody has that awareness and is able to make the distinction between the two different types of pain. If it had been the type of pain where you're getting your hand closer to a hot stove, if you do it for 6 days, you're going to have a serious problem.
Right.
So you have to be very careful about the types of pain that you lean into. So I have a thing that I say, because I'm universally erring on the side of caution, which is you don't get rid of pain by inflicting more pain.
Right.
Okay.
That makes sense.
That being said, I have some background in athletics and strength training and things that hurt, and martial arts. And so there's a classic example here with martial arts, and anybody who's been involved in combat sports knows this, which is there's something called contact hardening. Or if you played tackle football, there's contact hardening.
Totally.
When you're getting used to things impacting your body, you have to ease into that progressively to allow those tissues to toughen up. If you go into it too far, too fast, you're going to damage something possibly irreparably.
Right.
So it's kind of a convoluted way of answering your question, but there are some pains that you can lean into. But if we're going back to that 10,000 foot overview, generally speaking, the pain is intelligent and we want to respect it. But you do need to understand if there's a story surrounding it. So for example, you could take a person who's completely sedentary, or they've been bedridden, and they get up and they go for a walk and that hurts. Well, you all would also have to say, this is not an activity that's likely to cause damage. So I'm going to respect the fact that it hurts. And at the same time, I need to recoup my ability to walk.
Right.
So
right.
I hope I explained that in a way where both sides of it make sense, because that person needs to be able to walk, because not being able to walk is going to be infinitely more damaging than whatever pain they experience walking. At the same time, if it's that hot stove experience, there is no benefit to leaning in on that unless
Totally.
you know you're going to be a circus performer where you need to be close to the fire all the time or something.
Yeah, well, no, you're right, and it's a really good way of illustrating the fact that there are so many different types of pain, right? Like when I go do yoga, right? There's positions that I'm getting in that are painful, right?
Sure.
They're putting some new pressure on my hip or hamstring or whatever the case is, right? And so there are just so many different types of pains, and I think intuitively, if we really feel into it, we can actually start to distinguish, right, between these pains. I think I think we all have that capacity to intuitively recognize. Now, it may need some practice to really hone that sort of attunement, but ultimately, I can generally sense, okay, this is a good pain here, and I want to sit with this pain. And at the same time, if I push it too hard, that's probably not a good thing,
That's right.
And but if I pull back and I avoid the pain in my yoga class too much, well, then I'm not really getting the benefits of breathing into and moving and gaining the mobility in some of these tissues, right? So there's so much, and of course, weightlifting is a perfect example, right? Where the classic sort of motivational sign on the wall is "no pain, no gain," right? And to some degree, that's true, right? Like you want that fatigue in these tissues, and really, what we're doing is we're tearing these tissues, right? Like we're really causing a lot of inflammation,
Sure.
right, in these tissues. And so that's kind of where I want to go next is, what is the relationship between inflammation and pain, right? Because inflammation is something it really is conditioned into us that inflammation is a bad thing, right? And of course, I think we know where that comes from. It's this general experience of chronic inflammation, right? But talk to me about inflammation and pain and the relationship, because it's a really interesting one, especially when it comes to acute issues, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's a very good question. And it brings up kind of the same thing as pain. There's this underlying assumption that pain is a monster and it's out to get you. Pain is not. Pain is working for you. It's your friend. It's trying to keep you alive. Inflammation is very much the same way. So picture this. When Hurricane Katrina happened and the area was decimated, there's a process that needs to take place where all the debris from the buildings needs to be cleaned out. And then a bunch of new materials need to be brought in so that you can rebuild the area. Same thing takes place in the body. When there's damaged tissue, there's debris, and it needs to be cleaned out. And then a bunch of new nutrients, building materials need to be brought in to repair the damage. And that's what inflammation does. Inflammation is increased blood flow to an area to flush out waste products and bring in a fresh supply of nutrients to rebuild what's been damaged. That's all it is. Now, there's some really super interesting research that I love on this. So in the 1980s, this idea came out. This is when like fitness, jogging, weightlifting was really starting to boom here in the United States, and that industry really emerged. And so there was this idea in kind of the gym bro population, if you will, that, hey, if I work out, and like Jason just said, I'm causing damage and inflammation, and I take non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs preemptively before my workout, I can limit that, limit the soreness, increase my ability to recover, work out more, gain more muscle or strength, right?
Seems to make sense, right?
Right. It seems
Logical.
to make sense. If you're starting from that kind of place that the body is making a mistake by putting the inflammation there, or the body's doing something erroneous by having pain. But what they found was it prevented muscle growth. So there's a natural order of things in the body. And when you disrupt it, you alter the outcome. Right? You alter the input, you alter the output. Makes perfect sense. So there was a study that just came out in May of this year, the end of May, absolutely fascinating. The journal Science Translational Medicine found that in an animal model, in a human model, and then they followed up in the medical records for 500,000 people in the United Kingdom, that people taking non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs and corticosteroids for pain increase the duration of their pain up to 10 times.
Oh my gosh.
You disrupt the natural order of things and you alter the outcome.
I'm shocked that it's that much. Like I figured it would be an increase, but that's insane. That's crazy.
It's massive. They found that they tracked the medical records of 500,000 people in the United Kingdom, and they found that people taking these drugs were far more likely to have pain 2 to 10 years later than people not taking them.
Wow.
And they actually did gene mapping, and they found like over 1,000 genes that are being you're altering the expression of these genes by taking those drugs. You're disrupting the natural order of things with this underlying assumption, which is completely false, that the body somehow doesn't know what it's doing.
Right. Yeah.
It's an indefensible position.
Right. Yeah, totally. And with now we have, the emerging science of peptides and stem cells. And so I think with that, my mind goes to all the little things that are going on, all the signaling that's happening with regard to repair, right? And all these peptides that are being shuttled to the site of injury, and stem cells and all the other immune markers, right? I mean, they're cleaning up and they're sterilizing and they're moving things out and moving things in, as you mentioned, but there's so much going on. I think that we still don't quite exactly know the complexity that the body is undertaking in those instances.
That's exactly right. And what you just said there is so critically important, because you're coming at it from a place of awe and a place of respect. Like, wow, look at this amazing thing that the body's doing. I want to try to understand this. And then on the practitioner level, what can I do to support this intelligent process that's going on rather than work against it? Pretty much all of the healing arts in the world operate from a holistic, naturalistic perspective. So the classic example here that your audience would be able to relate to is somebody gets a fever. Is the body making a mistake by elevating its internal temperature? Or is it doing that because you're being attacked or invaded by something, and it's trying to make your internal environment inhospitable to whatever that invading thing is to keep you alive? Right. So am I going to work with that process and enhance the body doing what it's doing? Or am I going to try and bring the fever down and work actively against what the body is doing to keep you alive? It's mind-boggling to say that no. Millions of years of evolution, I know better.
Well, this is our medical system right now, and so this is where I think we look. This is actually humanity, right? I find myself in this position a lot, actually. That there's this hubris that we have with regard to the way life operates, right? And I think with a little humility, we can watch, observe, and be taught by nature, right? And this is what a lot of the naturalists did. I mean, even in the early days of chiropractic, I have no doubt, same type of thing, where it's like, let's study what's happening here and let's learn from what I see, right?
Sure. But it was osteopathy, homeopathy, naturopathy, acupuncture, like literally, like everybody is of that mind. And allopathic doctors, to their credit, they want to get to the outcome. They're just willing to skip a step to get there. And so that now you have these papers coming out, from like the one from Science Translational Medicine. And there was a study that came out in 2016 that showed that giving opioids for 5 days increased the intensity and duration of a person's pain. Wow. So it's like, we have to start recognizing that, like you said, there's this amazing thing taking place. Let's struggle to understand it and then figure out the best way for us to work with and support that approach, rather than saying, no, I'm going to jump to the end step and I'm going to eliminate this person's pain, which is a noble thing to want for this person that you care about because they're under your care. But when you skip those intermediate steps, you're not doing them a service. And I think the science is there at this point to support that statement completely.
Yeah. And it kind of goes back to my earlier point, just on a broad level, that pain is a part of life, right? And if we keep trying to skirt around pain at every opportunity, then we're likely to cause issue, and we're going to face that pain down the road one way or another, right? And so it's like a fever is a perfect example. It's like when I get sick, I don't enjoy it. I have pain, maybe it's body aches or some kind of pain, headache, whatever. And it's like, I want it to go away. There's a big part of me that says, if I could take a pill and just all goes away, that's desirable. And there's a deeper realization that, okay, my body's working through something, and let's support it. And we might have to deal with some pain in the meantime, right? But there's a sort of hardening effect too, as you mentioned with the martial arts. There's an anti-fragility aspect to all of this that you see this, I think, in the military. The Navy SEALs are probably famous for this, but it's like they go through such harsh training to get them used to what pain really is, so that they become anti-fragile. They understand what their body can take. I mean, they push it beyond the limits, I think, than they even realize, right? So I think there's a part of that we all deal with in our everyday life. I want to talk about, we talked about inflammation, and this is a really practical matter, I think, for people. And I just want to open it up for conversation, because when I was young, whether I played baseball or what have you, overworked in football, whatever the case, or even if I got injury, the classic thought was go get ice and put it on it, right? Like I remember rolling my ankle considerably a number of times in basketball, and I mean, really, really swollen, right? Like immediately starts ballooning up, and the thought was immediately go put ice on it, right? And then now there's some sort of opposing ideas of, well, actually maybe heat is the right approach to help facilitate things. But then we have elevation, right? And then at some point we probably do want to ice it, and sometimes we want to heat. So what is the relationship between sort of inflammation, injury, chronic pain, heat, ice? How do we approach that?
That's such a good question, and that has not been brought up. So I'll tell you what I do in my practice. There are a few instances where I will ice. Primarily when I'm dealing with structures that undergo plastic deformation. So now we're getting into biomechanics, which is stuff that I totally geek out on. So you have spinal discs are the classic example. So it's a rigid ligamentous outer with a gel internal, right? The gel is very much living. So it moves around. Think of like a jelly donut.
Right.
So you have the dough outside and the jam on the inside. If I squeeze one side of the disc, that side of the donut goes flat and the other side goes over to this side. All the jelly squirts over to here. If I squeeze the other side, I can squirt it back. So, but if I freeze the outside of that donut in the freezer and I squeeze it, it doesn't deform the same way, right? Because it's hard. So if I get somebody, like I had somebody come in yesterday who couldn't move because he had a bulging disc. And so we did a bunch of things to soften the disc and to get the gel back where I wanted it to be. And then I froze it afterwards to help freeze it in that position. Okay. So that would be an example of an appropriate use of ice. The downside of ice, that is a major downside, is you're decreasing cellular metabolism.
Right.
That's a big
cryogenics, right? Like
that's exactly right. So you're slowing down cellular metabolism. So if there's a healing response that's taking place, it's slowing down. Now somebody's going to say like, oh, how could you do that to your patient? Well, the truth is that I'm doing the best of all worlds because I lasered him afterwards to rapidly increase cellular metabolism. So I froze the disc to get the mechanical effect of the plastic deformation that we did in our treatment, and then I sped up cellular metabolism with a cold laser. So I cheated. I got the best of both. With heat, there's an appropriate use would be somebody who has osteoarthritis, and you're trying to warm up the tissues and increase synovial fluid production and increase cellular metabolism and soften all the surrounding muscles so that they can move better and easier, experience less stiffness, and they're more comfortable. The truth of the matter is the vast majority of the time in my practice, I'm using light therapy because I get all of the benefits of heat with none of the downside. So heat can increase inflammation, but there's certain kinds of heat that don't. Mm-hmm. So cold laser, like cold laser was just becoming popular when I got into practice like 16 years ago. And I got on board really early. I had this little girl come into my practice. She was a very high level gymnastics practitioner. And she had a 50% tear of the ligament here, the AC ligament on top of the shoulder. And so the shoulder has that step sign where it's dropped down, and she can't move her arm at all. And she's got one of those like very involved parents who's like, hey, she's got a regional gymnastics competition in 2 weeks. She needs to be able to do handstands. And I was like, she can't move her arm. I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm new in practice, right? I've only been in practice a year or so. And I had just gotten this shiny, brand new cold laser, and it was a significant investment, very expensive at the time. And they give you 90 days to try it out because it's such a heavy investment. They're like, hey, we want you to love it. If you don't love it after 90 days, send it back. And I was like, well, I just got this thing. This is the perfect opportunity to try this out, because literally as a chiropractor, I have nothing else I can do. I can rock tape it and add a little bit of stability because she's lost some of her stability, but that's not going to, it's going to make her feel better, but it's not going to speed up the healing response.
Right.
So she's 12 years old. She comes in. Over 2 weeks, we did 12 laser sessions. A laser session is 5 minutes long, to be clear. That's the only thing I did. After 2 weeks, she was able to do handstands, move her shoulder through a full range of motion. And I was like, holy cow. And since the early 2000s, when I graduated, there's been so much research into red light therapy and laser therapy. It's mind-blowing. There was a science fiction movie with Matt Damon several years back. I forgot, Elysium, I believe it was called. And there was this class separation in some alternative future where all of the people that had significant means had these devices inside of their home that kind of looked like a tanning bed, and you went into it and it kind of healed whatever was going on with you. This machine was able to diagnose it and then heal it. Amazing thing. The closest thing that we have to approximating that is cold laser or light therapy. That's the closest thing to what I could see every person having in their home, because it's all upside. There's no downside. It increases cellular metabolism. A 5-minute session can increase cellular metabolism for 2 to 3 days following the session.
Wow. And is this also known as low-level laser therapy?
Yes, exactly right.
Photobiomodulation.
Exactly right. So photobiomodulation is how light photons affect biological tissue.
And what's the frequency, or what's the range of
so the spectrum of light that you're looking for, the two spectrums that are used most often as far as pain relief and injury repair are the red spectrum, which is, so they call it red light therapy a lot of the time. So you're looking at like 600 to 660 nanometers. And then the other thing that they find is near infrared. So you're looking at like 800 to 880, or maybe it's 820 to 880, like pretty much in those two ranges. Those are the ones that have the vast majority of the research on them. With that, you get all the benefits of ice and heat with none of the downside. I mean, wow. It's phenomenal, and it's so much faster. Remember the old recommendations for icing, Jason? Yeah. It was 15 minutes on, 45 minutes off every hour of the day for the rest of your life. You can laser somebody for 5 minutes and you're done.
Yeah, that's
done. And I mean, it's amazing.
I want to explain the difference too, because there's red light devices out there which are fantastic. I've got some, right? They bust you out at 660 and they're really beneficial. But laser is a coherent light, right? So the power and the ability of that laser is much different than sort of these big broad spectrum lights, right?
So yes and no. Yes, what you're saying is exactly right, but there hasn't been definitive research that shows that one is better than the other. Because essentially you go back to photobiomodulation, which is how are these photons of light affecting the tissue?
Right.
And so there doesn't seem to be a huge difference. What it really comes down to is power output. And so I have lasers in my office, and I also have giant panel, red lights and near infrared panels that push a ton of power. I mean, they've got to have like 4 or 5 fans this big so that they don't melt. Yeah. Right. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. But my cold laser unit has to cycle on and off with the power to make sure that it doesn't melt, because the thing's got a step up transformer that multiplies the power output out of the wall, but it also concentrates it into this really great beam, really small beam rather, so that it's a great application for that gymnast that I was talking about, because I can put it right on that ligament and concentrate everything there. Whereas my light panel that's 3 feet tall and that wide wouldn't have been the best way of getting those photons of light into her damaged tissue. Wow. So it's like, I don't want to think of it so much as either or. I want to think of it as, hey, I have a big tool belt, and what's the proper tool for the person that's standing in front of me.
Right. But generally speaking, it sounds like heat is tends to be more favorable for chronic conditions, chronic pain, whether it's the back or the knee or shoulder, this kind of chronic joint pains and what have you, versus this kind of constant of icing, right? And I kind of want to reframe that a little bit, that
Sure.
there's instances for both, but sounds like heat may be a little bit, especially for joints that require that circulation and
yeah.
mobility.
So think about it from a couple standpoints. Number one, where do the people who have arthritis go in the wintertime?
Right.
They go to the warm
all
environments, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Because they feel better, they move better, they have less pain. And so that's a big deal. Number two, what do we associate with youth? High cellular metabolism, right? My daughter falls down, skins her knee. That skin repairs like lightning fast, especially because I've got a laser unit here at the house, and I'm giving her light therapy instantaneously. So like I'm the weirdo parent who's like, I have all the tools at the house. If something happens, I'm like, I'm on it. But yeah, so you think about youth, you think that high cellular metabolism, they repair quickly, they digest food quickly, they run around all day long, they're super high energy. Whereas you think about the bear in wintertime, or the fish in the river that freezes, and that cellular metabolism goes to stasis, almost on the brink of death, where they'll stay alive until the thaw. Right. So which state do you want to live your life in? A high energy, vibrant state, or do you want to be like a hibernating bear as you go through your life? So
yeah, totally.
That's really the most impressive thing about light therapy, is the ability to spike cellular metabolism.
Well, I want to get into your protocol, Pain Fix protocol, and some of the things that you do there. But first, I'm curious if there's any other sort of high tech stuff. Is there anything exciting out there, either on the brink or that's now available that we can potentially utilize if we've got chronic pains?
So there are like, if you're getting into like the Batman side of things, there are a few things that's
exactly what I want.
So like the gadgets in the cave. The cool stuff is all stuff that I have in my office and at my house. That's how you know if it's really cool, if I have doubles of it. So here's what I have at my house. I have a cold laser unit and multiple light therapy devices, as I'm sure you do. I have a whole body vibration platform that is in my home gym that gets used all the time. And I have a PEMF unit.
And what's the vibrational unit? How do you use that? What is that specifically, I guess, good for?
Oh my God, it is so cool. So this kind of ties over into getting to talking about my program. Is there was a doctor named Husheng Hushmand, 1993. He finds that pain signals, subconscious pain signals in the body, are inversely related to the perception of motion being transmitted to your brain. So they exist on a teeter-totter like this. And it's amazing.
So in other words, that when the movement is low, the subconscious sort of pain signals are high. Is that what you're alluding to? And in other words, if I start to raise that movement, then the subconscious pain starts to decrease.
And we know it. Watch this. You had knee injuries as a kid. What do we do with knee surgery immediately following? We put them on a passive motion machine that moves the tissue back and forth. And we know that it decreases pain. All right. Now you're shaking your head. Now watch this. Every hands-on healing profession increases motion signals. Massage, right? ART, Graston, cupping, all of it increases chiropractic, mobilization, physical therapy, rhythmic exercise, walking, all of these things. So I went back and I started looking in the research, and I'm like, oh my God, everybody is operating on the same neurological pathway and nobody's pointed it out. And I was like, this is what matters. This is what matters. Here's what's amazing. You could take a bunch of people that have fibromyalgia, which is a condition that conventional medicine, I call it a black hole diagnosis. These people are really, really, really in a tough place because conventional medicine has no idea what causes it. They have no idea what to do about it. They have no answers. And so what they do is they get that clinical dismissal times 100 because the people are in such an awful place. They have so much pain. They're riddled with pain. Things that should never hurt because their body is literally screaming out, like, help me. right? And conventional medicine can't do anything for them. So there was a study where they took a bunch of people with fibromyalgia and they put them on these whole body vibration platforms. All right. So this is amazing. They split the group up into two. They both do the same series of exercises. It was like 2 times a week for 4 weeks. And they did the same series of exercises, the two groups, both on whole body vibration platforms. In one group, the platform was turned on. In the other group, the platform was turned off. So the vibration platform is moving quickly in one group. The other one is standing still. Right. So they assess their pain levels. They assess their ability to function in life, perform daily activities, go up and down stairs, do their grocery shopping, and so on and so on. And then they assess them at 3 months. Mind you, the exercise program only lasted 4 weeks, and then they assessed them at 6 months. At the 6-month follow-up, they found that the group of people that had been doing the exercise on the whole body vibration platform had way less pain. They moved way better. They had less anxiety, less depression. They slept better at night. They wanted to spend more time with friends and family. They had way better lives. This is 5 months after they finished the exercise program. So it shows that building up those motion signals in the body, what I call kinetic flow, and what my pain fix protocol is heavily centered around, is teaching people as many different ways as possible to identify places in their body and in their lives where kinetic flow is restricted, to add that back in, to decrease pain levels on the subconscious level and start tipping the balance in favor of pain suppression instead of activation of those pain signals. Wow. And so whole body vibration is an amazing tool. And then pulsed electromagnetic fields, that is another one that I suppose could be that movie that I was telling you about, where everybody could have a machine like this. So I have one that I just use preventatively. And what it does is it dramatically increases cellular respiration. So so I'm increasing cellular metabolism with my light therapy, and then I'm increasing cellular respiration. And I've found that great for detoxification, great for healing, growth, and repair. Those kinds of things. Yeah.
It's really interesting, right? I mean, PEMF is electromagnetic field. So that's light, right? It's a non-visible light, but it's light. And then you've got your other light therapy. So, I mean, it's really fascinating. This is where we're at now, is like the new cool, exciting things are really starting to base themselves on light and even sound, right? Which both of these are actually ancient techniques too. We're just finding new ways to apply them in really fascinating ways.
And that's really the role of technology in my mind, is to find ways to do things that have been around for a long time, and we already know that they work. And the really cool thing about PEMFs and light therapy is they literally appear to have no downside. So it's all upside, which is amazing. Now, the same cannot be said about whole body vibration, because there is without a doubt a point of diminishing returns. Right. And you have to respect that. So but it's like having carpenter's tools, like, hey, there's an appropriate way to use a drill. And if you use it the wrong way, you're going to damage what you're trying to do, and you might hurt yourself.
Yeah, there's an element too here I want you to speak to, which is that I'm super familiar with this because I had knee pains. That was kind of a core thing for me growing up, and it took me a while to realize that. And it sounds silly now, but I probably, like many, thought that my knee pain was my knee problem, right? Mm-hmm. That's where the problem was. And then I eventually realized, oh wait, my ankles matter, and my feet and the arch matters, and my hips matter, and my psoas matters, right? And my whole chain starts to matter. And then there's a potential linkage, probable linkage between my knee and my shoulder and my back and all these things. So maybe you can just kind of walk us through that, and from your perspective of how all this is tied, and how does one go about discovering where the primary issue, and perhaps even the secondary and tertiary issues, and how do we even start to unwind that?
I'm smiling because it's such a good question, because you were asking about the program. So the program, what's nice about it, Jason, is that it's self-guided, and I systematized my diagnostic approach so that I teach people how to go through and do a self-assessment. And one of the things that I say when people come into the program is, because there's multiple regions, and you can go about it, say, hey, I'm going to do the knee protocol, or I'm going to do the shoulder protocol. It's all included in there. There's like 9 different protocols. Don't automatically go to the one that hurts the most. Here's what they do. They go through and they assess all of the areas where there's discomfort. Beautiful. And then they pick the one, not that hurts the most, the one that has the greatest degree of functional restriction. And this is what's really distinguishing the Pain Fix protocol and the results that it gets from other programs, because it's performance based.
I mean, I'm going to pause you there because it seems so obvious after you say this. It's like,
it does.
Oh, what's the thing where your mobility is lacking most? And that's probably what's sort of starting this whole dysfunction, right?
That's right. So I'm going to give you the Captain Obvious statement to piggyback on what you just said, which is, in 16 years of clinical practice, that's a niche practice that focuses exclusively on chronic pain, the amount of chronic pain sufferers, the amount of patients that have come into my practice who could pass my very, 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 very basic functional examination is less than 2% in 16 years.
Yeah.
Now, anybody can make a difficult test that nobody could pass. Here's the thing about my test, Jason. Any 5-year-old passes it with ease, laughing their way through it like, oh, we're playing. That's how easy my test is. And yet less than 2% pass rate. And I'm not trying to have people fail. I use the test to assess what area we're working on.
Yeah, I love that.
Which layer am I going to peel back first so that I can get to the next layer, so that I can get to the next layer? Because the truth is, with these chronic pain problems, the reason why there's so many of them, 1.5 billion people worldwide, is because they're multifactorial. And it frustrates a lot of practitioners. And you have to be willing to say, okay, what am I going to work with first? What's my measuring stick so that I can tell that this patient is improving? Because pain can lie to you. It might be like we talked about earlier, the waxing and the waning. It might be great one day. It might be horrible and they can't get out of bed the next day. So I need something that's consistent. You want to know what's consistent? Functionality never lies. Functionality never lies. So what I figured this out early in practice, it was going against what I had learned in school. And I was driving myself nuts, Jason. I was like, oh my God, chasing my tail. Like, oh, it hurts over here today. I'm a new doctor. I'm like, oh, I must've done something wrong. Oh, it hurts over here. Oh, I better look over here. And I was never getting anything done because I was busy chasing pain. You never accomplish anything chasing pain. When you start chasing functionality, oh my God, these people actually get better. And want to know the cool thing? They stay better.
So, this is it's an area of philosophy that I kind of, I want to keep preaching, because we have all these beautiful technologies coming out, right? With respect to pain, we have nerve hydrodissection. We can go in with a little needle and squirt some fluid in there and separate the nerve from the sticky tissue, and it can alleviate pain. And that's fantastic. And we should keep that. That's really awesome. Like, there's really cool things coming, but if the function is not restored, then we're just going to end up with either the same issue or another issue down the line, right? So it keeps coming back to, our solutions are getting really creative and really brilliant, and the science is amazing. We have supplements and we have surgeries now that are just unbelievable. We have stem cells, right? And a lot of people are turning to these solutions to resolve some of these chronic pains and some of these issues. And again, I say keep doing it. And if we don't fix function, then we're going to continue to have issues arise. So it goes back to this fundamentally, and this is not only with pain in the body, this is with everything in life, right? It's coming into alignment with what is the most optimal, right? And when we're there, things flow, things, they figure themselves out. In fact, they unwind themselves naturally, right? There's actually a natural intelligence, particularly with the body, that it just starts to find its new homeostasis when you give it that ability to do so.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so what you just said there and what you touched on is fantastic. And I just would add to it that I agree with you 100%. What we're doing technologically is amazing. When I started in practice and a patient got a knee replacement, it's a very different thing that 16 years later, I mean, they do less cutting, there's less damage to the organic tissue. Huge. They recover way faster. The success rate is higher. So I agree with you. We're getting better and better. The mobility component is the same as it is in dentistry, Jason. So it's, if you're not brushing and flossing, you could have the most high-speed dentist with all the fanciest tools ever, and it doesn't matter. You got to brush and floss your darn teeth if you want to keep them for a lifetime. The mobility component is the same. My basic physical assessment in the practice: can you turn your head? Can you tilt your head? Can you squat down and pick something off the floor? Oh, by the way, practitioners in Brazil, or researchers in Brazil, figured out that your ability to get up and down off the floor without using external assistance, meaning without using your hands for support, correlates directly with longevity and all-cause mortality. So we're not talking about things that are inconsequential. We're talking about things that tie directly to your quality of life and your ability to go out and do the things that you love and spend more time with the people that you care about. And if you're not doing the basic brushing and flossing for your body, then you're missing out on a huge portion of the enjoyment in life, or you're going to get hit with it at some point. And you need to do those basic things in order to set yourself up to give yourself the opportunity to be pain-free.
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad you systematize this and you have a method that people can apply to themselves. Because again, this is where it gets really tricky. And one of the questions I was going to ask you is, where do people go to find help? And you've got a system for it. So it's great because some people live in areas where they have specialists like yourself that can really take an honest look and help them make progress. And some people don't live in areas where there's a lot of that available. And so I love that you have an online program that is self-guided. So tell people where they can find that and more where they can find your work.
Sure. Yeah. They can go to painfixprotocol.com, and we've got a ton of information and resources there available for people. Also, I have a YouTube channel with just type in Pain Fix Protocol, and we put out free videos every single week on a variety of different pain and posture and functionality related topics. And just trying to get this information out to as many people as possible. Like I said, 1.5 billion people suffering with chronic pain worldwide. I figure that 500 to 750 million of those could be resolved fairly easily just by teaching people the basics of brushing and flossing their physical structure and how to maintain this amazing body of ours for a lifetime.
Beautiful. Dr. Yoni Whitten, thanks for joining me today. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Jason.
Well, this concludes today's presentations, and I truly hope you enjoyed the fantastic information shared by the 5 speakers today. Be sure to tune in tomorrow because we have 5 more brilliant experts with cutting-edge information to help you accelerate healing and discover a greater depth of well-being. If you feel you might miss any of the upcoming interviews, I highly recommend you grab your all-access pass today at the limited time discounted price of just $67, so you can watch and rewatch at your leisure. All you have to do is click the button on this page to secure instant on-demand access to all 35 presentations and over $1,800 in bonuses. On behalf of the entire production crew, I want to thank you for joining us today, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow on the Ultimate Holistic Health Summit, latest breakthroughs you haven't heard of.